We are convened as Loveland City Council regular meeting. Would like to thank everybody for joining us in person and virtually. Could you please make sure that
Recording in progress.
Both Councilor Foley and Councilor Black have the Zoom access or the link to it? Thank you. We begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask all who are able to please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. If we could have an attendance report, please.
Madam Mayor, we have 2 council members joining us remotely. We anticipate having an attendance of 8. I'm sorry, 9.
9, so we have everybody here, one way or the other. All right, we begin our evening with a proclamation, which is the Fair Housing Month. Councilor Swanty will read the proclamation. We have 3 people listed to receive it: Trish Warner, Vince Deely, and Kathy Manzanares, maybe others at the time. So, Councilor Swanty, if you could please read the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act, which guarantees fair housing for all residents of the United States, was signed into law in April 1968. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 57th anniversary of the passage of the Act, which guarantees that housing throughout Loveland and the United States of America should be made available to all citizens without regard to race, color, religion, national origin, gender, age, sexual orientation, familial status, gender, or disability. And whereas illegal barriers to equal opportunity in housing, no matter how subtle, diminish the rights of all, and only with cooperation, commitment, and support can barriers to the enjoyment of housing be removed. And whereas the month of April is nationally recognized as Fair Housing Month and a time to reflect on and reaffirm our national commitment to the ideal that fair housing opportunity is available to everyone in the United States. And whereas the state of Colorado, which enacted prohibitions against housing discrimination in 1959, the first state in the nation to pass anti-discrimination laws pertaining to private property, recognizing and affirming that all persons in the state of Colorado are free to purchase, rent, finance, and insure their homes without regard to their race, color, religion, creed, sex, national origin, ancestry, familial status, marital status, or sexual orientation. And whereas the City of Loveland, Colorado welcomes this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the principle of fair housing for all, and are committed to all efforts that address discrimination in our communities, support programs that educate the public concerning their rights to equal housing opportunity, and assure every person their right to live free of the fear of housing discrimination. And whereas the City of Loveland is hereby dedicated to raising awareness of options, services, and hope for crime survivors. Now, therefore, we, the City of Loveland, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Loveland, Colorado. Signed this first day of April 2025, Jackie Marsh, Mayor.
Come on up and receive the proclamation, please. Don't be shy, Vince.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Marsh. As an affordable housing commissioner, my name is Trish Warner. As an affordable housing commissioner and member of the Affordable Housing Task Force in Loveland, I'm honored to be accepting the Fair Housing Proclamation and being part of the city's recognition of Fair Housing Month. Colorado was a leader in outlawing discrimination in public and private housing by passing the Colorado Fair Housing Act in 1959, 9 years before the Federal Fair Housing Act was passed. It was designed to protect everyone who is a member of a protected class from being discriminated against when trying to find or maintain a place to live. The law has been updated to include sex, marital status, religion, and physical handicap, as well as race, creed, color, and national origin. Colorado's law is more expansive than the federal law. Colorado also took it a step further by prohibiting discrimination in commercial real estate transactions as well as residential. The efforts of our state, local community, and housing providers are appreciated, and we hope the work continues to ensure that fair housing laws allow all citizens to acquire housing. Thank you for recognizing April as Fair Housing Month.
And I'm Catherine Manzanares, and I just wanted to let people know that we have some brochures. I can leave a few here, and then we have some outside of the Community Partnership Office. One is about fair housing rights, and another one is fair housing rights for persons with disabilities. So just to spread the information, and if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call. Kathy Manzanares. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Vince Dealey. Good. Oh, thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Marsh and City Council members. My name is Vince Dealey. As a member of the Affordable Housing Commission and the former Director of Development for Loveland Habitat for Humanity, I'm honored to be part of the city's recognition of Fair Housing Month. Since 1968, the Fair Housing Act has been the unimpeachable law of the land that prohibits discrimination by providers of housing. I think we all recognize that fair and affordable housing is a critical need in our community, and want to give a big shout out to the City of Loveland Community Partnership Office and the many devoted housing organizations we work with and that work tirelessly to make fair and affordable housing possible for Loveland's low and moderate income residents. Thank you for your proclamation and recognition of the Fair Housing Month.
Thank you, Vince, and thank you for all your work with Habitat. All right, we move on to our second and final proclamation, which is Crime Victims' Rights Week. Our Councilor Light Kovac will read the proclamation. Receiving will be Chief Tim Duran, Assistant Chief Jan Burson, Lieutenant Chris Jacobson, Jim Fanning, Ashley Stevenson, and there may be others. Take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas crime affects individuals, families, and communities in profound and varied ways, often leaving lasting physical, emotional, and social challenges, and whereas since 1981, National Crime Victims' Rights Week has challenged the nation to confront and remove barriers to achieving justice for all victims of crime, and whereas the 2025 theme for National Crime Victims' Rights Week is Connecting Kinship Healing, and encourages people to recognize that shared humanity is central to supporting victims of crime. And whereas the concept of kinship underscores the connections that build bridges to support services and shared strength among survivors, advocates, and communities, and whereas kinship is the foundation of victim advocacy, inspiring trauma-informed care that meets survivors where they are at, and whereas through kinship, we build peer networks and community alliances that empower survivors, foster resilience, and offer pathways to healing. And whereas kinship reminds us of the strength that comes from connection, the importance of listening to every voice, and the power we have to create lasting change when we work together. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of Loveland, do hereby proclaim the week of April 6th through 12th, 2025 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in the City of Loveland, reaffirming our dedication to building connections, standing in kinship with survivors, and creating a future where healing and hope are within reach for everyone. Signed this first day of April 2025, Jackie Marsh, Mayor.
Come on up. Oh, and we got a puppy too. What a cute puppy. Yeah, hello, puppy.
Fits within my camera. You're a little smaller. Okay. Everybody smile. Nice big smile.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to yield all our time to our Supervisor Ashley Stevenson over our Victim Crimes Unit.
All right, thank you. I thought you were going to yield to the puppy dog. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Ashley Stevenson. I'm the Victim Services Supervisor for Loveland Police Department. I'm joined here tonight by folks from the District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Team, as well as Crossroads and Alternatives to Violence. As we proclaim Crime Victims' Rights Week in the City of Loveland, we commit ourselves to raising awareness, providing access to critical services, and ensuring that every victim has a voice. We extend our gratitude to the victim service providers, the members of our community and City Council, the businesses, the faith leaders, and the criminal justice professionals who work tirelessly to support victims and help them heal. Just in our city alone, in 2024, our dedicated team went on 586 call-outs, assisting over 1,800 victims and witnesses in crimes ranging from misdemeanor assault to homicide. To those who have experienced the trauma of crime, know this: we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. You are not alone in this journey. We are committed to ensuring that healing, support, and hope are always within reach. Together, we can offer support and bring hope to those in need. Thank you so much for having us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate what you do. Our next item is a fairly new item for us, a presentation called Loveland's Latest.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. This evening we have the second edition of Loveland's Latest.
Welcome to Loveland's Latest, where each month we share 5 things happening around the city that you need to know. Number 5, spring has arrived in Loveland and our city crews are buzzing with activity. This spring, public works crews are improving roads and clearing storm drains through street sweeping. The city maintains 123 miles of storm drains and 395 miles of roads. Loveland Water and Power is gearing up for spring cleaning by flushing fire hydrants. Fire hydrants are flushed each year beginning in April to keep our water pipes clean and ensure excellent water quality and properly working hydrants. Parks and Rec staff are also getting over 50 parks and public facilities ready for the outdoor season through planting and annual cleanup measures to ensure our public spaces are ready for you to visit, recreate, and enjoy. Number 4, spring in Loveland means exciting art shows and events. Don't miss the Thompson School District art exhibit at the Loveland Museum, open now through May 3rd. This showcase features 2- and 3-dimensional artwork from talented student artists in kindergarten through 12th grade. Over at the historic Rialto Theater, enjoy live entertainment including Artrageous on May 10th, a family-friendly interactive art show that combines music, dance, painting, and more. Did you know Loveland has been recognized as a Tree City USA since 1989 by the National Arbor Day Foundation? We're celebrating Arbor Day with multiple events, including our annual ceremonial planting, 11 a.m. on Friday, May 2nd at the Chilson Senior Center. Number 3, a new natural area opens. Outdoor lovers, take note. A new half-mile soft surface trail and trailhead is open at Wild Natural Area. This stunning area is located on the west side of Loveland along U.S. Highway 34 at Glade Road. This 26-acre open space along the Big Thompson River offers hiking, fishing, birding, and leash dog walking, along with accessible facilities. Purchased in 2009 with dedicated open lands funding, The area was restored after the 2013 Big Thompson flood through a partnership with Big Thompson River Coalition to revitalize the river's natural flow and wildlife habitat. Number 2, Loveland's Ward 1 special election. Congratulations to Ward 1 Councilor Jennifer Swanty, and thank you to all Ward 1 voters who participated in the March 4th election. Did you know that this was the City of Loveland's first special election in 30 years? And the City Clerk's office did an excellent job managing the process. The election was certified on March 13th, and Councilor Swanty was sworn into office March 18th. Number 1, Youth Leadership in Action. Last month, 4 members of Loveland's Youth Advisory Commission traveled to Washington, D.C. to represent our city at the National League of Cities Conference.
Hi from D.C.
Over 3 days, they connected with peers, city council members, and officials to explore civic engagement. Loveland's YAC includes 12 students who advise city council on youth issues, bringing passion, perspective, and leadership to help shape our community's future.
Thank you, Loveland.
And that will do it for this edition of Loveland's Latest. For more news and events, sign up for the city's e-newsletter or visit lovegov.org/city news. Thanks for joining us, Loveland. Until next time.
All right, thank you. Procedural information. This meeting is subject to and incorporates by reference this evening's City of Loveland agenda, including without limitation all policies, rules, and procedural and legal statements therein. Detailed procedures for the conduct of City Council regular and special meetings will be incorporated into each agenda and available online and at the meeting for members of the public, but will not be read aloud. We move on to council comment. This is an opportunity for council members to address the community on any subject, limited to 1 round with a maximum of 2 minutes per member. I believe Councilor Olson, you indicated. All right.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. This is my 3rd short presentation on the 5 fund types to try to help our citizens understand what is kind of a complex subject, finance in the City of Loveland. I first introduced the 5 fund types on March 4th, providing a brief description of each. In last regular meeting on March 19th, I discussed the special revenue fund type. This session, I will address the internal service funds. The internal service funds provide services needed amongst the city departments. There are 4 funds in this category. They include fleet replacement, fleet management, risk and insurance, and employee benefits. Revenue from these funds comes from the general fund and the enterprise funds through an internal service fee. Any department that has a vehicle will contribute to the fleet maintenance or fleet replacement fund, which is established to replace vehicles as they reach their useful life or maybe damaged and need to be replaced early. The fleet maintenance manages and maintains all city vehicles. Any event in Loveland, and we have a lot of them, has risks associated with it. Organizers will pay a fee to be covered by the Loveland risk to cover any misadventures or accidents that might happen during the event. Employees contribute to, or employees receive benefits in addition to their regular salary, and they make a contribution as well as the City of Loveland make a contribution into the Employee Benefits Fund. The recording costs for each department and then transferring these funds give the city an ability to know what it actually costs for a department to run. There's a little over $31.9 million in the Internal Service Fund. The largest of the 4 categories is the Employee Benefits Fund. That's $17.3 million, or about 54% of the total. We have about 1,026 FTEs, which is full-time equivalents. This means that if you have 2 people working half-time, that counts as a 1 FTE. And we have a little over 1,000 employees that contribute to that fund. So that's my brief within time.
All right, thank you. Councilor Sampson.
Yes, thank you. Well, happy April Fool's Day. I wish that the things that have gone on recently were a prank. Most people here and watching tonight are already aware of the incident that took place with Councilor Black over this past weekend. I have been wondering since the event, where have the public statements from everyone except Councilor McFall, Councilor Olson, myself, and Councilor Foley been? We have not heard from our Mayor Pro Tem or our Mayor. Somehow, did I miss your responses? There were dozens of emails in regard to this event. Councilor Black's behavior towards one of our citizens was despicable, and we did not receive any information or any response from four of our members of council. Is it that your lack of public response is an indication of your support and approval of Erin's behavior? Mayor Marsh in particular, you and I were very vocal together, in spite of our city attorney's advice, against the treatment of Karen Gardner. You and I were both vocal regarding the perceived abuse by our former city manager to a constituent or a citizen. You have been vocal about the oppression of citizens by developers and government, and yet when a counselor that you supported, your friend, who is also government, is oppressive and abusive, you have stayed quiet. The shame, dishonor, embarrassment, and trauma brought to Loveland by the threatening and aggressive ambush by Erin Black and her friends and the mayor's friends will not soon be forgotten. I have already asked for Councilor Black to resign, and I am asking you again, Councilor Black, please resign. I am grateful that you are at home this evening because I would like to make a motion. I move that due to the concern for safety by many citizens, that Councilor Black attend all city meetings remotely until an investigation of this encounter has been completed, and she has been cleared to be safe at public meetings.
I don't think we use the council comment for motions. Please be quiet. There is no clapping. There is no booing. You need to stay quiet. Otherwise, we will take this into private. We'll go into executive area and conduct the meeting that way. So we need to all stay calm. Everybody will get a chance to talk, but please no public display of clapping or booing. Thank you. Appreciate your cooperation in that. Councilor McFall.
Point of
Madam Mayor,
procedure,
there's a
though.
motion on the table.
Yeah,
I don't believe we have motions during council comment.
I think we can make a motion at any time.
Madam Mayor, it is certainly not customary for the council to accept motions during council comment. My recommendation would be if Councilmember Sampson would like to make the motion between council comment and public comment. There have been motions being made during that time frame.
Thank you.
But it's not that it's not permitted, and I did make the motion.
From my perspective, and I appreciate that, Councilmember Sampson, it is certainly the mayor's call as the chair on that question. I think it's just not customary.
Yeah, I would say your motion is out of order at this time. You'll have another opportunity.
All right.
Thank you. Councilor McFall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Citizens of Loveland, Mayor Marsh, fellow councilors, the events that unfolded at Dwayne Webster Veterans Park were an embarrassment to this council and the city of Loveland. The public response has been overwhelming. This behavior is unacceptable for any elected official. As council members, we are entrusted to lead with integrity, professionalism, and respect. What happened was a failure of leadership. There is no justification for intimidation, harassment, or reckless behavior that tarnishes Loveland's reputation. Councilor Black's actions have eroded public trust and drawn national attention for all the wrong reasons. This is not leadership. Citizens frequently ask each and every member of this council to meet with them in person, often at restaurants, coffee shops, and in some cases, yes, at a park, to discuss disagreements, seek clarification, or voice concerns. After this incident, how can any citizen feel safe having a personal meeting with any council member anywhere? Actions like these create fear and distrust, making open dialogue nearly impossible. The best course of action for Councilor Black, for this council, and for Loveland is for her to resign immediately. Anything less distracts from the real work we are elected to do. If Councilor Black refuses to take responsibility, then it is up to the voters to decide whether this is the leadership they want. To the citizens of Loveland, and especially those in Ward 3 who elected her, is this truly the leadership you want representing our city? If not, only you have the power to demand accountability through a recall. This is not about politics. This is about integrity, leadership, and restoring public trust. Loveland deserves better.
All right, thank you, Councilor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the sentiments and statements that have been made by Councilor Sampson and Councilor McFall. That being said, I want to emphasize that life goes on in the city, and I want to actually bring a note of positive report of our city staff. And one of the things that they have done, and they have went above and beyond to help out one of our neighborhoods. One of our neighborhoods out in Mariana Cove gave me a call last week. They had a very disgusting, rotting, smelly carcass of a deceased animal that had been deceased for over 2 months. After countless calls to various departments, CPW, the Humane Society, the city, Larimer County, the ditch company, no one wanted to step forward, and they reached out to me, and to the applause of myself to the public works staff, they actually went above and beyond and took it upon themselves to remove that carcass from the spillway filling Bodecker Reservoir. It makes the neighborhood much safer, and also eventually that carcass would have went into Bodecker Reservoir, where our citizens will be paddle boarding and fishing and things like that. So I have armed Councilor Sampson tonight with 6 of my coins that are a thank you coin that I would like to go to Janelle, to Mark, to Jody, and to the 3 public works employees that removed that carcass. And the expression of the community was greatly appreciated. So it's a celebration that, in light of everything, our city staff is still hard at work, doing what they do best and providing service above and beyond to our citizens of Loveland. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor Foley. Councilor Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Loveland. I acknowledge that some people may find my actions as offensive. I find targeting, harassing, and stalking of women to be offensive. When people hide behind anonymity to harass women, that is offensive and extremely dangerous. My methods for protecting myself and others are assertive because threats and harassment have escalated in the city of Loveland, and it's extremely unsafe. I will not stop trying to protect the women in Loveland who have been targeted, are being targeted, and threatened and stalked, whether by masked men in parks, by agitators at council meetings, or behind their keyboards. My hope is that the city will follow up with the many complaints made against Dylan Kaiser over the last 3 months. I commit to fulfilling my term. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I do want to thank all the councilors who commented. Councilor Sampson brought up, speaking out and being quiet. And this incident, I don't think anybody up here condones what happened at Dwayne Webster Park. I think that's a fair statement. But it did it reminded me of an incident that happened last September at a town hall meeting where an outspoken individual, the domestic partner of one of our council members, threatened to knock his effing head off. And that incident was not investigated by the Sheriff's Department. I think that was a mistake, given that I think correctly in this case we do have the Sheriff's Department investigating this incident. And I would say we probably need to go back to that September 1 and invite the Sheriff's Department to investigate that instance as well, because we do not condone violence or intimidation by anyone. And we did have a citizen that reported it, and our Loveland Police Department did an investigation and found that that comment, that threat had indeed been made. But I think the appropriate legal department should be the Sheriff's Department looking at that. So that would be my comments on this. We move on to public comment, which is our...
Madam Mayor.
Excuse
Is it
me?
after public comment that I get to make my motion, or is it now?
So I will
Okay,
ask
so-
Vince.
Madam Mayor, in my view, the council has historically made motions if they'd like to, for example, Councilor Sampson's prior motion, or moving around items in the agenda, now would be the time to do so.
Okay, all right. So Counselor Sampson, your light is on first, and then Counselor McFall.
Great. So as you all know, I was going to make a motion. Real quick response about a domestic partner whose is mine. The police department investigated a concern between two citizens at a public event, which has nothing to do with an elected official, which is what I'm addressing at present with my motion, an elected official who makes things unsafe. And the investigation took place and has been resolved. Also, Counselor Black is being investigated by the Sheriff's Department because of the mistrust and distrust with the LPD by Counselor
Sampson,
Erin,
could you please
Counselor
read
Black.
your motion?
So, yes, as I was saying earlier, I move to require that Counselor Black attend only remotely, all city meetings remotely, until an investigation by the Sheriff's Department of the encounter has been completed and she has been cleared to be safe at public meetings.
Second.
Any discussion by council? Roll call, please.
No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Counselor Light-Kovat.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's maybe for Vince, or is this something that we can actually do? Like, if Counselor Black still wants to show up in person and she keeps showing up, like, we arrest her, we tell her you can't join the meeting? Like, do we have the authority to complete this motion and enforce it?
Councilmember Light-Kovach, I appreciate your question. My understanding under the charter and the city's code that this would fundamentally be a request to Councilmember Black to appear remotely. If she chose to show up in person, there is no mechanism that is available within the city's rules, the city's charter, or the council's rules that would allow any sort of sanction. However, the spirit of the request certainly can be made. There's no enforcement mechanism other than if the council, for example, were to adopt this motion, the council could make further public statements about her lack of commitment to that to the council's vote. However, once again, there's no ultimate consequence other than the honor system for Councilmember Black if the motion is adopted.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that, but could I ask Counselor Black if she would acquiesce to this request?
You can ask, but I would think she would probably want a little time to think about that. I think it's kind of putting somebody on the spot for something that wasn't in our agenda packet, unknown.
Yeah.
It's not really a fair request to make without time to give it some thought. That's my own 2 cents, but.
And I guess I'm wondering, like, Councilmember Sampson, for her safety or ours, or I guess I'm confused.
Well, I've been contacted, and council as a whole has been contacted in a few different emails, but I've been also contacted through Facebook Messenger, text, phone calls over the past 48 plus hours by individuals who are concerned that if they disagree with Counselor Black, that perhaps there could be some type of behavior, either retaliatory or in person, that would be, that would be unsafe, that would make them feel unsafe. And so I'm requesting this because we saw, in my opinion, and the reason I'm requesting it, I saw actions that were unsafe, that created an unsafe and even aggressive environment. I know we, as the mayor had said, we don't condone those behaviors. And I certainly don't want our residents to feel unsafe by the presence of someone who has already exhibited these behaviors. And so that's my request. That's the reason behind my request.
Okay.
I'm not asking her not to participate. I have asked her to resign, but that's aside from this. I'm not asking her not to participate, just to be remote until investigation is completed.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor McFall, did you want to comment on this motion?
I do want to, I wanted something else after this, but
Okay.
I do want to comment on this motion. I have and I think most of you know this that have been up here, I have a serious issue when we do things that we have no teeth for. And I said, the unfortunate aspect we have with our charter is it doesn't give council teeth at all. To be able to, our job is to police ourselves. The citizens expected. I think we saw the outburst and the outcry in the emails that were received in saying, do something about this. And the unfortunate part is the charter that we have today doesn't allow us to really do much. That's why it's in the citizens' hands to do this. Hopefully, as we bring another charter commission up, I think it's good. With that said, my aspect as far as the safety, both of Councilor Sampson and of anybody here, plus the residents in itself, just if it's a message in of itself, I think it's a good message to send that we are here to try and do the best we can to protect the public when they come to this before this dais to speak to us or at any time when they're talking to council. So in this, I'd be in favor of the motion.
Is there anybody else who wishes to give comment on the motion? I don't see any other roll. Counselor Foley, I don't see your hand up. Oh, there it is on the bottom. Okay. He did have a yellow hand up in the corner. Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you for that. All right, roll call, please, on the motion.
Malo?
Yes.
Foley?
Yes.
Sampson?
Yes.
Kovach?
Yes.
Swanty?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Marsh?
No.
Black?
No.
McFall?
Yes.
So the motion passes, but again, I mean, there's no enforcement. All right. So let's see. Did you have a motion
Yes,
as
ma'am,
well?
I do.
Okay, please go
So,
ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move item 8.4, Councilor Foley's Rule of 4 request to the top of the agenda and change it from a Rule of 4 to a straight up or down vote on the merits of the motions and/or items that are there. The reason for this is simple. The change of the Rule of 4 is actually asking us to do a scorecard, and that scorecard is going to come back and say, this is council's business. This is what we need to do. So doing that, I think, is doing a disservice to our citizens and not looking for it that way. So I'm making a motion to move that and to allow us to do it the other way.
Second.
So your request is to move it in front of 8.1, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay, all right. Does anybody have any discussion on that?
I have a question. I know we have staff that are waiting to present and they have their time allotted. Do we have any like billable resources that will be waiting the whole night before we get to their item? City Manager Thompson or City Attorney Younglis?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kovach, we'll be fine. We'll only have a few of us here, inclusive of the three up here, but outside of that, we won't need anyone else to address that last item. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Mr. City Manager. This was added to the agenda at 5:30 on Monday. Certainly, we didn't, when we put the meeting together on Wednesday prior, we had no inclination of what was going to happen. So what was your thought process of putting this last versus first?
It was added last, so that's why it was put on last. And just to be frank, and so, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Mallow, so when you do it at that time of day, we put it last. The other items were already established and on the agenda, plus realizing, obviously, we had a few items of business that were out there prior and some which there's expectations on second time it's in front of you that we take care of those first. So hopefully we can get through those fairly expeditiously and then get to the matter at hand on that one. But that was the decision at that time. And as you noted, it was added late yesterday afternoon. So and appreciate it, but that was the theory, is that it was the last to be added, so it was put at the end.
Just for everybody knows, it's your call. So no misunderstanding there. It's your call. I just wondered.
Let me follow up with that. City Manager, do you have any concern that we'll be able to get through the agenda?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, good question. I feel that we can. We do have a large sign up, as I understand, for public comment. If we limit that to an hour, many of those comments will be to the item of discussion right now that was added yesterday late afternoon on the Rule of 4 and the amendment before us on that. But that said, I think we can get through the other items fairly quickly. We might have a little bit of a discussion on the other Rule of 4 that is out there. So you could theoretically move this one in front of that one, but as you so noted, and I think we'll be okay.
Counselor Olson?
I'm waiting to vote.
Oh, okay. Counselor Light-Kovach?
Waiting to vote.
All right, so there is a motion and a second on the table to move item 8.4 to the front of the agenda preceding 8.1. Roll call, please.
McFall.
Yes.
Black. Yes. Foley.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Light-Kovach.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Mallow.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 9.
All right, thank you. The motion passes. We move on to public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak to an item not on the regular agenda section of the agenda may address the council at this time. Any member of the public may request that an item on the consent agenda labeled as quasi-judicial be placed on the regular agenda for discussion and public comment or testimony. Only residents of Larimer County, persons owning property in Loveland, or persons with a stated business interest in Loveland shall participate in public comment. Public comment is intended to provide citizens with an opportunity to address council directly. We encourage speakers to give public comment in a manner that promotes civil discourse. Generally, council will not respond to public comment other than to seek clarification of the matter raised and defer such matter to the city manager for review and resolution. So what we have for public comment is items that are an ordinance. You do not speak to those at the beginning of the meeting this first hour. You would wait for that item to come up. I believe the only one on our agenda that's an ordinance tonight is 8.1. So any of the other topics, you are allowed to speak now during the first hour, and it is limited to 1 hour, or you can wait for the item to come before council. So that's your choice to speak.
Madam Mayor, point of procedure.
State your point of procedure.
At this time, I would like to suspend that rule and allow public comment to be heard and extend it past an hour. I believe everyone here should have their voice heard. That is our job, is to hear the voice of the citizens, and they are here, and I believe that they all need and deserve the opportunity to be heard on the subject that they want to talk about.
So I'm not sure what your concern is, because there'll be an hour of public comment, and then we would go to item 8.4. That has unlimited public comment once we get to the items themselves.
Point of clarification, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just from the city attorney. Is that a correct statement, city attorney?
Councilmember McFall, thank you for the question. Madam Mayor's recitation of the rule is correct. So if, for example, if members of the public wish to speak to item 8.4 during general public comment, they may do so. Because I understand the council has now converted the rule of 4 to a straight up or down vote, those members of the public may also provide public comment when that item is being heard.
Yeah.
Outstanding. I'll withdraw my.
Okay, thank you. And so if you speak to an item during the open public comment during the first hour, you cannot speak to the same item when the item comes before. So you have to choose either the first hour or when the item is before us. So we had a number of people sign up in advance. We will start with Olivia Lowe, and Ashley, if we could please watch the hour clock. Thank you.
Olivia Lowe, Ward 2. Councilor McFall, you're aware that Dylan Kaiser did not go to that park to build any bridges, right? You're aware that he's the one that called the meeting and said some pretty horrific things prior to the meeting online, directly to Erin and to her husband. And then he shows up at the park wearing a mask that was so disgusting, and sunglasses and a hat to the extent that you didn't even know it was him unless you called him by name, and then when they did, he didn't even answer, and he had a knife on his hip. You get that, right? He had no intention of building bridges. I don't even know the guy. And he sends me an email back in January threatening me, and I don't even know him. I couldn't pick him out of a crowd. This guy's insane. And none of y'all behind me were even there. Some of you on council seem to have an abusive relationship with the truth. The truth is inconvenient to you and your ultimate agenda, so you divorce yourself from it. A person who is genuinely curious about the truth, a person whose qualities include reason, logic, and intellectual discernment, look that up if you need to, tend to want to get as close to reality as possible. A genuinely curious person asks, what are the facts? Where is the evidence? Do I have all the information? A person for whom the truth is inconvenient distorts the information because it thwarts their ultimate agenda. You prefer your own narrative, even if it is as far as from the truth as you can possibly get. Does the absence of truth in this room boil down to ego? You want so badly to be right, you insert your ego into your opinion, which means in order to maintain your bizarre agenda, you will actually argue to the death on behalf of your ego and not the truth. Which, of course, leaves us with a handful of counselors for whom the truth does not matter. Anything that opposes your opinion is viewed as a personal attack. In an effort to avoid looking dumb, to avoid shame, to protect your ill-conceived agenda, you stop looking for the actual truth and rather defend a banana republic. I imagine it's difficult to understand the truth, find the truth, or even care about it when you are so filled with self-ambition. I promise you, that guy that was not there to build any bridges, and that mask that he was wearing was disgusting. And the fact that he stalks people, threatens women, including me, and I don't even know him. No one's talking about that. No one seems to care about that.
Thank you, Olivia.
Follow up, Mayor.
You have a clarifying
Olivia,
question.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't there, but I saw
So you're
6
criticizing
videos
us?
No,
of
you can
every
ask a
point
clarifying
of view.
question.
And
You were
I
not
saw,
there.
I saw
Okay.
the discussion
You were not
online.
there.
I saw
Okay,
the discussion
Counselor-
online prior to him going to the park where he calls Erin Black's
Okay.
husband a pussy, and I doubt if you're going to show.
Count-
There's
Counselor-
someone that wants to build a
Couns-
bridge.
Counselor Olson, you ask a question, you do not follow up with arguing. All right, our second person who signed up in advance is Ann Bradbury, please. Ann? Do we have Ann Bradbury here?
She's on her way.
Thank you. Come on up and give us your name and city of residence, please.
Okay, Ann Bradbury, Loveland, Colorado, Ward 4. I feel like I'm in a flippin' reality show here. This is insane. I mean, I wasn't even going to start off with that, but Mayor Marsh, come on. You're the only one that voted no on everybody else that voted. Erin, I wish I could look you straight in the eye. Where are you? Anyway, this is so wrong. How can you stand up for anything that was done on Saturday? I am appalled at the behavior. And I do wish I could look at Erin. She's not up there. Probably good she's at home, and that's where she needs to be every week. Okay, that's not how I was going to start off, but now I'm all riled up. Okay, the confrontation at Dwayne Webster Park on Saturday is a travesty. Erin Black showing up with her mob of 7 to confront a citizen of our community is disgraceful. And the vulgar language, I have never heard the F word so many times. And you know what? I hate that word anyway. I don't like that word. I never have. What good is that word when you're communicating with somebody? So I'm mad tonight. So I'm going to say what I say. I think that her being a councilwoman, she should not be a councilwoman. She needs to get another job. To behave in such a disrespectful manner. Jackie, you know better. That was disgraceful. And you too, Olivia. The place, it's a public park where kids go to play. It's family. They go have picnics there. And they had to watch this behavior? How embarrassing. Should be Erin, you should be ashamed of yourself. Why would you do such a confrontation improperly when you could have made a phone call or had a cup of coffee by yourself? I've had coffee with Laura. I've gotten together with some of you and talked. I've talked to John Mallow. I've talked to you. We have a conversation. It's civil. We need to be civil. Erin's reputation doesn't just go to Saturday, this last few days. Her reputation of disrespect goes on and on from a long time ago. I can't even believe she's on council. She's got to go. Somehow, she's got to go. She's in the wrong. As a city council member, you only create havoc, Erin, and chaos in our city. We ask all of you for civility and for our city council to pay attention to what's best for our citizens and community. Thank you.
Our next speaker that signed in advance is Elaine Stahl.
Madam Mayor, is it possible to ask our city clerk to put the timer on the, online as well? Because the members of the people watching at home can't see it.
Oh.
Actually, Councilor Foley can't see it.
Okay, thank you.
He just wrote me.
Welcome. Go ahead and give us your name and city of residence.
Elaine Stahl, Ward 4. Regarding the continuing push for the homeless shelter at 2000 North Lincoln, last month Mr. Hawkins of the Downtown Development Authority spoke of restaurants losing business because people don't feel safe parking in the parking garage. A few weeks ago, a Loveland resident and his family were threatened by a homeless man on drugs while on the trails. The proposed solution for both seems to be for a homeless shelter with 24/7 wraparound services away from downtown, because that would have given the homeless a place to be during the day. Regardless of one's position on this discussion, this solution makes no sense. If this homeless shelter solves the safety issues of residents encountering the addicted homeless, then why can't it be around downtown? And if it's not safe enough to be around downtown, then how is it safe enough to be in our neighborhood? The reality is that the homeless with addictions either leave the shelter during the day because they need to get more drugs or alcohol, or because they don't want to follow the rules, or they get kicked out for behavioral issues. The current solution of a homeless shelter with the 24/7 wraparound services away from downtown serves no one. The addicted homeless don't move past their addictions. The residents have increased safety issues. Downtown comes out, though. Downtown's covered on this one. In Fort Collins, the rescue mission, the current one, is located midway between Old Town and Old Town North. The rescue mission will soon build a new 250-bed shelter even further north, beyond Old Town North. Not only is it away from these two downtown areas, it is 2 miles from the closest elementary school, 3 miles from the closest middle school, and the apartment complexes are far to the east of 287. However, it has never been a good plan for the citizens of Loveland, because it would allow those struggling with addiction issues to use during the day in the neighborhoods and return to their shelter bed at night. That is what we get from our experts' best practices. Housing first as it pertains to those who are both homeless and addicted is not a solution. Protecting only the downtown area while just checking the box for homelessness is also not a solution. Note, a year has been wasted. The experts are not experts just because they call themselves experts. I look forward to a solution in the future that considers all the issues and all the residents of Loveland. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Elaine. Our next speaker is Beth Bodie. What? Beth Bodie. Do we have Beth? Is Beth here? He went out and, okay, not here, no Beth? Okay. All right, well, if she comes in, we'll go back. Darren Barrett? Is Darren Barrett here? Okay. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. Ward 2 Watchdog Darren Barrett here. Everybody know what day it is? April 1st. That's right, it's April Fool's Day. What happens now 2 weeks from now is April 15th, Tax Day. So I thought I would take the opportunity and combine the two, and we're going to talk about our Loveland propaganda sheet, I mean our city update here. So it says right here, looking ahead to our infrastructure projects, fully funded projects. We have the street maintenance and rehabilitation program funded by Tabor excess revenue. No, not exactly. That kind of sounds like misinformation to me. You see, the last election you voted for Tabor, you told the citizens that this was going to go for police protection, fire protection. You threw in streets, and then you said construction of parks and maintenance. So that sounds like a little bit of misinformation to me. Then we have US 34 and Taft Avenue intersection improvement. Again, Tabor access, general fund, capital expansion fees. Well, like I said, you told the voters that Tabor was going to go for police and fire protection, and what capital expansion fees? There's no businesses there that paid for an expansion. In fact, you almost had condemned the bank building through eminent domain so you could make a turn lane there on the road. And then we have this last one, the Heart Improvement Project. Oh boy, utility enterprise funds for a $24.5 million project with contributions from the Downtown Development Authority. This project is not financially supported through the general fund. Well, that's not quite misinformation. That's more like an outright lie. You see, the DDA is not paying anything for hip streets. You guys are. I don't think you even realize it. That's the fact. You as city council members, each one of you as individuals, you have to vote for that appropriation every year, and then you launder it through the DDA. If you do not vote for it, the city will default on a $12 million loan. That's the truth of the matter, right there. Now then, would anybody like to ask me a question? Would you like to hear the non-appropriation language that was in that lease agreement for hip streets? Did any of you even read it? Do you know what it says? I can tell you. Event of non-appropriation determined by the city council's failure for any reason to appropriate by the last day of the fiscal year sufficient amounts to use to be paid the base rental in the next fiscal year. City council's failure for any reason to pay. That's you guys. Then again, you've got a $12 million illegal loan to begin with, so we'll see how that works out. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Our next speaker will be Tracy Wilkin.
Hello, Tracy Wilkin, Ward 2. I urge City Council Member Erin Black to resign, as her hate-filled actions are dividing Loveland. In my personal interactions with her, instead of engaging in constructive dialogue, she deflects and posts pictures of my husband in the comments on social media. Her behavior is equal to bullying, targeting myself and others who have different viewpoints online. It is very clear that she has no intentions on having a civil conversation with Dylan at the park. Her actions was alarming, confronting, aggressive towards him. She had a group of people with her to gang up on him. In the video, she is yelling at the top of her lungs, saying the most vile and hateful words at a park that kids play at. That is all over someone she doesn't even agree with or know on social media. She's also made remarks about not trusting the police. How is this possible when city council oversees the police and is about community engagement? We cannot continue to let Councilmember Erin Black represent Loveland with her unpredictable, escalating behavior. I am also concerned, will the citizens of Loveland be safe when they come here to speak during public comment if she doesn't agree with them or like them? Mayor Marsh, it is time for you to make a stand for Loveland and remove Councilmember Erin Black. We need strong leaders with integrity, respect, accountability. Please hear me loud and clear, Erin, since you're not here. Resign today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Our next, again, please quiet in chambers. Our next speaker is Noel Breen.
Noel Breen, Ward 2. Good evening, council people. No, I'm not going to talk about this week's controversy because every week is a controversy, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is just another continuation of the same chapter. 4 of you sat there laughing, giggling, ignoring a presentation a few weeks ago on the homelessness issue that everybody seems to be so concerned about. Well, you know, I'd be worried about the staff time that was wasted on that. And the very fact that, yeah, you want to go over and talk about what happened in the park? Well, to me, the utter absolute indifference and lack of respect for the humanity of these people, whether or not you want to zero them out, is equally unacceptable on every moral level. You want to go over and sit there and make an issue about Ms. Black? Well, why don't we also be honest? You want to flip another seat so you can give more money to developers to put in another ugly strip mall. Or some of you may have a stake in the action along 402. Now that I know who that might be. The point is, this whole thing, each and nothing on her behavior, look at the horrible things that your surrogates folks say online. I don't condone going to a park and getting into it with a guy like an anonymous troll. But good grief, you all know that she was beaten and harassed mercilessly for months. You shouldn't be in politics if you can't handle the heat. I get it, I agree. But you know, before you start throwing the stones at someone else, look at how you have divided and broken the heart of this community. You don't have a library that operates normally. You have no plans on the books for the future. How you want to develop the place, what goals do you have? You don't even care about the emissions impact of the developments and the tailpipes you're shoving in. That's wrong too. You know, all this stuff is a deflection and a distraction from the fact this city and its taxpayers need people who are engaged in them, their work, making their lives easier, not your interpersonal crap that's gone back decades. I'm calling you out for it because we all know what's going on. I don't know and I don't care what's driven the problems with you, Sampson, and you, Mayor. I don't care. But we deserve people engaged in us. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Our next speaker is Trudy Bauer, if I'm saying that correctly. Come on forward and give us your name and city of residence.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Trudy Bauer, and I'm in Ward 3. I'm going to speak about the shelter, a few words. I believe the question of homeless shelter should be put on the ballot for all voters to have a chance for their voices to be heard. The budget cuts in the police department, the fire department, recreation center, library, the removal of the public beach, the fireworks, have all been significant. And there were no cuts in the budget for the homeless. It gives the impression of an agenda within a small group who want to push the shelter through. And that's why I want to see this item put up for a vote. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trudy. And again, please, and Chambers quiet. Our next speaker will be Carolina Nairdy. If I apologize if I messed up your name there.
My name is Kalina Middleton. I'm in
Thank
Ward 3.
All right, thank you.
Yes. I was not a witness to the incident concerning Councilmember Black and a citizen. I did witness the video, and I believe both parties were wrong. But as a council member, I expect better, especially from a representative of my ward. I've lived in Loveland for almost a decade now. I am ashamed of Erin Black. I don't care about the politics. I don't care about her justifications even. Quite frankly, her actions are indefensible. In her opening remarks, stated earlier, she said she will continue to do this behavior and confront people that she sees as bullies. Is that what your jobs are? Is that what your responsibilities are? Are you trained to take on these bullies? I don't think it is. I demand, I don't request, I demand that she resign immediately. If not, I would ask the City Council find a way to remove her through violations of your rules or whatever is there to remove her. She needs to go. I won't have someone who doesn't understand the immense honor and privilege that come with being an elected official to represent me. Her impudent behavior has damaged not just this city, but also her own reputation. She showed her crazy in a public park. This should not stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Our next. Oh, did we? Okay, all right. Well, come on up. We have Carolina again. Come on up. My apologies.
That's all right.
Welcome. Do give
I
us.
have a challenging name, so
Okay.
it is understandable. Good evening. I have read that the city council aims. Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Carolina Ñardi. I'm part of Ward 3 and 4 here in Loveland. I read that the City Council aims to ensure that the interests of citizens now and in the future are protected to build a sustainable community that protects the health, safety, and welfare of Loveland residents. After attending many meetings, I am beginning to question that. The fact that the Council was willing to ignore the clear message from city planners and the many citizens who participated and spoke at the planning meetings regarding the wet shelter proposal at the First Christian Church is one aspect. Your willingness to vote without knowing the long-term financial viability of any shelter, further making any location a use by right of a shelter, I believe you're violating your fiduciary responsibility to the City of Loveland, to those citizens, to ensure that we're not on the hook to pay perpetually to support any such shelter when short-term funding runs out. Your willingness to vote with no safety data to the surrounding neighborhood when there is data out there. There was a study conducted by the University of Pennsylvania between 2009 and 16 looking at property crime, as they could not factor in personal crime, and they found that property and mischief crimes increased by 56.3% in the surrounding area. 2022, San Diego County District Attorney reported that homeless individuals were 514 times more likely to be arrested and charged with a felony and facing multiple criminal cases. The data shows substantial higher rates of robbery, residential burglary, assault, arson, and vandalism surrounding those communities. Other police departments' crime data from 2018 to 21 show that only 1% of the population may be homeless, but are contributing to 6 to 8% of all crimes and 11 to 15% of all violent crimes. By having considered First Christian Church location with its large surrounding population of elderly residents and the corridor of young school children walking to Peak Academy, I feel that it's unconscionable. Some would say that targeting that location was predatory. According to a study at the University of Denver, property values within a mile of a shelter decreased by an average of 12%. And for most of us, our homes represent our life savings, our stability, and our children's future use. They also keep promoting the fallacy that this is going to be run by a professional organization like the Salvation Army. Should we expect the same results as in the Denver complex, where case managers saw an influx of weapons, drugs, violent offenders, and homicides? Please consider those facts. I will be happy to send you those studies via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina.
Just, Madam Mayor,
Do you have a clarifying question?
I just wanted I just wanted to make sure you were aware that council voted to do an impact study, and then the church
Correct.
pulled their application. So at this time, that site is no longer under consideration.
Okay. And
I am aware of those facts, and I really appreciated the fact that that was requested of council, by council, of those individuals. However, even past that meeting, webinars and newspaper articles of recent times was still promoting that location for a shelter by the individuals that previously had requested that location. So I don't think that it is a dead topic. I wish it were, otherwise I would not be here. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolina. We move on. Our next speaker is Kathy Doctor. Doctor.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I'm Kathy Doctor, business owner, Ward 3, property owner, Ward 4. First of all, I want to thank all of you who are sincerely working toward the betterment of our community. I know that you've got a tough job, and I want to say thank you for the things that you have accomplished and gone forward with. And especially in lieu of the cuts that have been made to our city, it's made it very difficult for you. That being said, it saddens me to be here this evening to talk on the topic at hand. But I felt it was very important. As a business owner that has spent the last several years, my husband and his business partners especially, to bring back innovation, technology, manufacturing, and job creation to Loveland, I find the current situation of our city disheartening, and the decline that has taken place in our city's image over the last 7 years. Once again, we're in the national headlines. You know, this is spread wide. That video has gone viral. The views are incredible. Situations like this one we find ourselves in tonight only make it harder and harder to convince companies and their families to relocate to Loveland, Colorado. In lieu of the image that's being presented out there at the disruption of a few individuals that are, I don't know what their goal is, to destroy our community. What's the agenda? So many distractions. When our regional and national image continues to be tarnished by current antics, playing out repeatedly and not in a positive light. Since the new council has come into play, we have lost leadership, we have lost valuable employees, we have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to completely avoidable lawsuits, all because of a small faction of individuals that have some sort of agenda and continue to push what has been shown time and time again to be unfounded. Rescinding Centerra South, rescinding the rescission to Centerra South, large compensation packages we've had to pay, audits, not even an audit, a study to see if we need an audit. Just a total waste of money. What is our vision? What are we fighting for? What are these individuals that continually cause disruptions in our community? What are they wanting? I want a Loveland that offers opportunity. I want a Loveland that offers jobs. That's what we've been fighting for.
All right, Kathy, your time is up, but thank you. We move on to Mike again, please. Mike Schofield? Okay. Come on forward and give us your name and city of residence, please.
Good evening, Council. Mike Schofield. I'm a Loveland resident. I also have a knife on my hip, by the way. I've been a Loveland resident for most of my life and have always enjoyed the community I live in. I've seen many great things in this community. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of bad over the last few years. On Saturday, I stopped by to observe the protest that was happening outside the Tesla dealership. I'd like to say it was peaceful, but that would be inaccurate. What I can say is that I've never seen or never personally experienced a group of such hateful people towards others. From many vulgarities that were being voiced, to middle fingers, and obscene gestures being displayed by passersby, to various people who were agitating an elderly American patriot on the other side of the street who was simply standing there with his flag in support of America. It was over the top disgusting, to say the least. I was in disbelief that my community had stooped to a new level of low. That's until Erin Black said, "Hold my beer." On Sunday morning, I opened up social media to find a very disturbing video involving City Councilor Erin Black. I thought, well, here we go with another Councilor Black drama. As this video played out, it was evident that Councilor Black showed up to fight with the citizen with whom she had had an online disagreement. This quickly escalated to a gang of 9 people and a dog that had the potential to be aggressive. They showed up with her, obviously by invitation, to verbally accost, intimidate, and assault this citizen. She was waving her closed umbrella in the man's face as an intimidation tool, or weapon, if you will. There was no other way to put it, as the video says it all. As an elected official of the city of Loveland, her demeanor and treatment of a citizen she was elected to serve is reprehensible, disgusting, and downright dangerous. Her actions and use of profane language towards a citizen in an aggressive manner are also unbecoming of an elected official. She doesn't trust the police and refused to get them involved. Instead, she went the vigilante route. She's trying to take the police chief down and is obviously willing to take anyone else down who does not align with her and use violence as a means of resolution. I'm not exactly sure what the full intent of her agenda is as a city councilwoman or what the expected outcome of this incident was, but it had shooting written all over it. I'll say that again, it had shooting written all over it. Erin Black is dangerous for Loveland, and the video proves it. Therefore, Councilor Black, I demand your immediate resignation. Mayor Marsh, you have done nothing to control this council and get it in order. You have let it spiral out of control for too long. This city is a complete three-ring circus under your leadership. Most importantly, your silence about this community safety ordeal speaks volumes. I also demand your resignation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Our next speaker is Scott Peters.
Scott Peters, Ward 4. I've lived in the Silver Lake area for 13 years, first as a renter, and then I was able to purchase my home. It's a fixer-upper, still working on it. I've come to really enjoy the location and my fantastic neighbors. It's a place reminiscent of everything you used to hear about. People looking out for each other. You know, somebody's going out of town, can you watch my house? My neighbor with the giant snowblower goes all the way down the block. When the news came out about a potential homeless facility, there was immediate concern. I have voiced through public comments at previous meetings my opposition for the creation of a regional homeless facility at the First Christian Church, 2000 North Lincoln. I've been hearing public comments at recent council meetings that some folks are not understanding why this proposal is not moving forward. It was my understanding, and that of my neighbors, at the conclusion of the council meeting on December 17th, 2024, that the item for First Christian Church to be considered for a homeless resource center or regional wet shelter was tabled. You've heard all the concerns voiced regarding the impact of such a facility on nearby residences, senior living facilities, a community preschool, a youth homeless shelter, a multi-family apartment complex, and small businesses. You made the right decision at that meeting since no clear organizational plan, financial plan, safety plan, listing of community services that would be utilized, or any guarantee of sustainability were in place. The request for an impact study was requested to guarantee minimal risk to all city citizens. If such a study is done in the future, it should guarantee of being nonpartisan, produce data that is not skewed, and not be a cost to our city. You've been given numerous examples of other cities where city homeless shelters have placed large burdens on city resources, particularly law enforcement, and drained many city budgets. Why are the taxpayers being sacrificed for the homeless non-taxpayers? And I'm gonna stop because I only got a couple of seconds left. And I know that
Scott,
the world is
you want
divisive.
to address council, please.
I kind of love being in front of the microphone.
Yeah.
So I want to urge everybody to stop running late yellows and reds. I want to urge everybody to push the shopping cart back to where it belongs. Pick up the litter. Be nice. The world is a divided place, but it starts with you. Be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting close to calling a recess. Please, quiet in chambers. Our next speaker is Dennis Densmore.
Good evening, Dennis Dinsmore, Ward 2, second generation Lovelander. I want to welcome Jen Swanty to the council. I hope you don't regret your decision, as one of your members has put this council in a position you might not like. I'm referring to my feelings and beliefs about the vile actions of Councilor Member Black last weekend, where she set up a citizen by luring him to a face-to-face conversation to discuss differences of opinions and ambushed him with her vigilante group. Having her large enforcer advance on a single seated person with the demeanor of a raging bull while flanking him with her goons in a despicable manner. Erin, your actions epitomize intolerance, bigotry, advancing violent action so profoundly that cannot be excused by whatever dialogue you can now muster. Others have attempted online to your defense. There is no defense for that action. I saw the invitation that you gave him to meet at a neutral site. He accepted. Given your unstable behavior here on council that we've all witnessed, in the Police Advisory Committee, and your civil and legal action against your intolerance, the gentleman your group accosted was wise to conceal his identity and record the action. I and others believe you need intensive anger management counseling immediately to control what I see as your narcissistic, evil spirit decision making. Your lack of tolerance toward other opinions in your violent pursuit of being right has overshadowed any sense of propriety. You attacked our police chief's religious beliefs in his First Amendment right to espouse them, and now you attack the citizens? That doesn't agree with you. You should be ashamed, but I don't believe you have that emotion in you. You have and are harming any good cause you associate with. including the city of Loveland and this council. Your flaunting and using the rainbow umbrella took middle-of-the-road people to the distrust side of the road toward the Pride movement. You preach tolerance, and then you poke it to death with a rainbow umbrella. Your lack of responsibility to comport yourself is despicable. You are not representing Lovelanders. You have become something of an outlier. Your intolerance, your despised evil person is showing. Loveland doesn't need this, it doesn't want this, and you don't represent us. Please immediately step down and save the cost, embarrassment to the city of a further recall. It will happen. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you, Dennis. Our next speaker is Kalina Middleton. Oh, okay, all right, okay, thank you. Okay, Tony Abbott.
Good evening, Council. My name's Tony Abbott. I live in Loveland since 1964. I've seen this town change in many ways. What I saw on Saturday was appalling. No city official of any capacity, whether they're on the left or on the right, should act in a manner that that video shows. I was not there, but it looked like a pack of wolves attacking an individual. That is not what a city councilman is supposed to do. I have served this city in numerous ways, including a public official, and I am disgusted with what I saw. Councilman Black, you need to resign so you can save the city the money of the recall. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Our next speaker is David, Dickey, D-E-I-K-E. Deek, it's not man, it's David. Is there a David here? Okay, thank you.
Well, my name is David Dykey, and I live in Alfred Meadows, Ward 1. So I wish to thank the Loveland City Council for taking the important steps to consider a safe pedestrian crossing at or near 57th Street and Duffields. So thank you for taking your time and really hashing that through. Several homeowners from Alfred Meadows have met with Loveland Housing Authority well over a year to share our ideas and to ensure that the neighborhoods can work together. We welcome the opportunity to continue with open communication over the next development phase of Legacy Crossing. Alfred Meadows has shared their HOA documents with Loveland Housing Authority. Carrie Burchett has recently responded to a neighbor's email stating that Legacy Crossing will have an HOA responsible for managing all shared spaces, including parks, trails, stormwater ponds, and the environmental sensitive wetlands. This will maintain community appearance and value over time. Loveland Housing Authority has agreed to expand the buffer to a minimum 75 feet between Alfred Meadows and Legacy Crossing. The landscape plan would also include a variety of drought-tolerant native trees, grasses to enhance the area. LHA has agreed to build transition homes on the southern boundary of Legacy Crossing, using their larger lots for single-family detached homes. We have asked that all construction equipment and supplies be stored along the northern perimeter of Legacy Crossing. In addition, we have asked that Duffield at Coral Burst, which would be the street there at Alfred Meadows, to remain closed during the construction of vehicles, well, actually, to close to construction vehicles, so we don't have the construction vehicles running up and down and making the noise, and rather use the 57th Street access for Legacy Crossing. This is a simple request that I think you should seriously look at. This will help maintain quieter environment in Alfred Meadows during construction. Alfred Meadows strongly encourages the construction of a roundabout on the south end of Legacy Crossing. I know a couple of weeks ago we talked about a roundabout on 57th, but this is the south end of Legacy Crossing. It's similar to the one that LHA has at Grace Gardens that runs on Primrose and Hammond. So they have the experience of building these roundabouts. We think that would be a good solution to keep the traffic calming, and appears to be effective, in keeping speeds down, particularly in a high-density community. I just want to say thank you to the Loveland City Council, Development Services, and Loveland Housing Authority.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker will be Earl Sethry.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, city staff. I'm Earl Sethry, resident of over 50 years in Loveland, Ward 1. I'm retired now, and I should just stop caring so much about Loveland and just be happy, right? Wish I could, but I can't. I can't ignore the incident that took place this past weekend. I'm sure that many in Loveland have seen the video by now. I watched it twice, and I tried to make some sense out of it. When things don't make sense to me, I try to figure out the other person's feelings and thinking. So, if I wanted to have a meeting with one of you, I would contact you, and I would set up a meeting. I probably wouldn't ask you to meet me at the park, and I wouldn't be wearing a mask. I also wouldn't expect you to show up with 7 or 8 people and a dog and wave an umbrella in my face. We'd probably meet for coffee. And we would speak to each other respectfully, professionally, and probably not use the F word. I've never heard it conjugated in so many different ways. Each of you need to do some soul searching tonight. How far will you continue to condone Councilor Black's behavior? Not only does she represent Loveland, Ward 3, but she actually represents all of you. She's your colleague. That reflects on you as a council. You all have to be uncomfortable. Thank you, Councilor Foley, for getting this on the agenda tonight. I think it has some urgency. I ask each of you to search deep inside yourselves. I know most of you pretty well, and I know this is not your value system. Can you honestly condone this behavior? What are your values? Please listen to your conscience and do the right thing. And the right thing for Black to do would be to resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Earl. Ashley, how much time do we have in our hour of public comment?
11 minutes.
All right, thank you, appreciate that. Our next speaker is Mary B. There is no last name, just B. Come on forward and give us your name and city of residence, please.
Mary Buchanan, Ward 2. Good evening, Council and Jackie Marsh. I come before you tonight to demand accountability for an appalling and reckless act committed by soon-to-be former Councilwoman Black. An act that has shaken the trust of this community to its core. Councilwoman Black, in her infinite wisdom, decided to settle an online dispute with a citizen, not in her office, not through any professional channel, but by inviting him to a public park, a park where small children play and families hold a right to safety. The citizen, perhaps naive, arrived alone, but Black did not. She arrived with 8 other people and a dog. They did not come to talk. They came to intimidate. They immediately surrounded the man and closed in on him every time he backed away from the mob. They threatened, harassed, and assaulted him. Erin even wielded an umbrella that she had the temerity to use as a weapon against him. While this terrifying assault took place, it was all caught on video that shows the truth. The truth that all over social media is being denied, manipulated, and spun by those involved in this egregious act. This is not just a bad judgment call or a mistake. This is an abuse of power. This is a betrayal of public trust. An elected official, someone we entrust with the safety and well-being of our community, has shown without a shadow of a doubt that she is willing to use her position to incite fear and to harass and bully citizens. If left unchecked, what unspeakable acts will Erin commit next? What happened in that park is nothing short of a public disgrace. And let me be clear, regardless of what led up to that encounter, there is absolutely no justification for such behavior. Erin Black must be held accountable for her actions. The people of Loveland deserve better. We deserve leaders who act with integrity, who uphold the law, and who understand the gravity of their actions. We cannot let this go unchecked. It is time for this council to take a stand. Erin, we demand that you vacate your position immediately and without further incident. Please do not waste even more of our tax dollars and resources on a recall that will succeed. I highly advise everyone on this council and anyone that might ever think about running for a seat to take note. We will not stand idly by while you attempt to tear our city apart. We, the people, are paying close attention to how this council and our mayor respond to this incident and any other further abuse of power that may arise. And Jackie, the fact that you've been so silent about this so far is very loud. It's alarming, and we're going to remember that when you're up for an election next. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was Mary. Our next speaker will be Randy Isaac. Randy, are you here? Is anybody coming forward? Okay, thank you. Come on and get that. No worries. Give us your name and city of residence, please.
Randy Isaac, Ward 4. Just want to kind of talk about a couple things. First, while I commend everybody on using their First Amendment rights for these Tesla protests, it has now become an event on Facebook to meet up every Saturday. And according to the city, they need to have a permit to do this now. So I don't know if they've had a permit pulled to do these events yet. So maybe you guys could look into that. And the other thing is probably the flavor of the day here, Erin Black and that nonsense. She has been nothing but disrespectful since she's been on this council. She was the only person that voted no to fund the Veterans Day Parade. She has disrespected veterans. She has disrespected police officers over and over and over. She disrespected them on the video itself. And the fact that she showed up for a confrontation is outrageous. She is an elected official. She is held to a much higher standard. Even if she was heckled by anybody on social media, you know what you can do? There's 3 buttons. You just hit block. You don't see that person anymore. It's pretty simple. You don't roll up on somebody 8, 9 people deep with a dog to have a confrontation as an elected official. There's got to be a better way to do that. And she needs to step down. And the fact that you, Mayor, sit up here and defend her is outrageous as well. You attacked Andrea out of the blue. That was wild. So I think the council as a whole needs to sit down and look at how they run things, because this is not representative of the city that I've lived in for almost 20 years and have raised my children in. So please take a minute to sit there and mull that over.
Thank you, Randy. Our next speaker is Paul Dudley.
Good evening. My name is Paul Dudley, and I'm in Ward 3. I'm addressing you tonight in regard to the City Council member, Erin Black. I'm not going to share my personal views, but as a small business owner and a person in a position of leadership, those who choose to accept a position of leadership are always held to a higher standard and are expected to conduct themselves in a manner that honors that position. The video of Erin Black's behavior was appalling and disrespectful towards the gentleman she was meeting at the park. Counselor Black's behavior was also dishonoring, not only to herself, but also to you, her peers, and the city of Loveland itself. This is an egregious error of judgment on her part as a representative of our great city. I would demand her immediate resignation, but I don't believe she'll submit it. So I'm going to respectfully request from this body that you amend your current charter to include the ability to dismiss or fire a member who shows behavior unbecoming the position each of you hold, as Ms. Black has, and be able through a majority vote by your peers, this body, to dismiss or fire a council member effective immediately. This should not be a club used for just any offense, though. It should be only used for egregious violations. Currently, there's no immediate or severe consequence to behavior like this. That's why this behavior continues. So I respectfully ask that you consider amending your rules, that you take control of yourself. You mentioned earlier, you're self-bodying, you are self-controlling. Please do that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Paul. And our last speaker during the first hour of public comment is Chuck Hubbard.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chuck Hubbard, Ward 2. I'll speak about the unhoused at 8.4. Tonight I want to talk about common human life, the respect for common human life. Most of us kind of fit that category. If we were taken off the street by someone, abducted, our families would miss us, and maybe a few friends would miss us. But beyond that, it probably wouldn't make much difference to many people. A man now is in El Salvador, in a prison in El Salvador, by mistake. And the government admits that it is a mistake. And yet, the government is saying that it can do nothing about it. It's a little hard for me to believe that a government that can threaten the sovereignty of nations doesn't have the power to negotiate a release of a prisoner who is there now by largely by accident. A couple of weeks ago, a couple of you said that you had an excellent experience with Representative Lowen Boebert when you went to Washington, that she was very responsive to you when you were raising issues related to the airport and the possibility of building a brick and stick, I think you said, tower. So I think you have some entree. I think you should appeal to Representative Boebert as well as to the administration and say, this isn't right. And why should you do that? Because it's in your interest. It's in my interest. It's in everyone here's interest, because we are all simply common human life. And this could happen to any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. That concludes our hour of public comment. We'll move on to the consent agenda. At this time, any council member may request that an item on the consent agenda be moved to the regular agenda. These items will be heard at the end of the regular agenda. Members of the public who have not previously provided public comment at this meeting on an item moved to the regular agenda will be given an opportunity to speak to the item before the council acts upon it. Do any council members wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? I will pull item 4.2 from the consent agenda. We move, let's see. All right. Ashley, if you could please read the titles of any ordinances remaining on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, we have item 4.3, a motion to adopt on second reading ordinance number 6760, amending section 18.02.02.03 of the Loveland Municipal Code, the same relating to zoning regulations for certain property located in Crossroads First Subdivision and Crossroads Second Subdivision, City of Loveland, Larimer County, Colorado, and approving the associated zoning document for Legacy Crossing Planned Unit Development. Additionally, a motion to adopt on second reading ordinance number 6761, amending the annexation agreement for the Crossroads addition to the City of Loveland to be terminated as obsolete. Additionally, we have item 4.4, a motion to adopt on second reading ordinance number 6762, amending portions of Title 18 of the Loveland Municipal Code, also known as the Unified Development Code, to remove occupancy limits and lessen restrictions on accessory dwelling units.
Thank you, Ashley. Councilor Olson, if we could have a motion to adopt the consent agenda, please.
We can. A motion to adopt the consent agenda items 4.1 to 4.7 with the exception of item 4.2.
Second.
Second by Councilor Sampson. Any discussion? Roll call, please, on the motion.
Foley,
Yes.
Malo,
Yes.
Lake Kovach,
Yes.
Swanty,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Marsh,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
McFall,
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Mayor, the vote is 9 yes to 0 no.
Thank you. The motion passes. Our next item would be new business, City Manager. I don't believe we had any new business from council. Is that correct? No new business? All right, thank you. We move on to the regular agenda, procedural information.
May I point a procedure briefly?
Okay.
Could we have a break?
Okay.
Before the next item?
I'll go read our procedures and then we can take a break.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up. The regular agenda, procedural information. Council will give anyone in the audience time to speak to any item on the regular agenda before acting upon it. The mayor will call for public comment as part of the consideration of each item according to state law, the charter, its rules of procedure, and other legal requirements. Loveland's charter only requires that a majority of the quorum present vote in favor to adopt an ordinance on first reading. However, adopting an ordinance on second or final reading requires that at least 5 of the 9 council members vote in favor. All right, before we move to item 8.4, which has been moved up in front of 8.1, we'll take a recess. We'll reconvene at 8 p.m. We are in recess. Inside. We can start without her. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, do we have Counselor Foley online? We are reconvened as Loveland's City Council regular meeting. We move on to item 8.4. Can I have quiet, please, in the chambers? We move on to item 8.4, which is a Rule of 4 request from Councilor Foley. I don't believe there's a presentation, so I guess we just... Yep.
You be there.
Councilor Foley, this is your item.
Can you hear me? Can you see me? Am I up?
Oh.
Yes, you're up and we can hear you and see you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the reasons why I put this Rule of 4 out was, one, to get it on the agenda. And then, obviously, we've now made this an up and down vote. So it breaks down into a couple different actions that I'm requesting tonight of up and down vote. The first one being a formal council correspondence to Councilmember Erin Black. This is intended to be a letter from the City Council to Councilmember Black condemning her unprofessional behavior at Dwayne Webster Park on March 29, 2025. This letter will also state that council has no confidence in her ability to appropriately interact with the public. It will also clearly state that her actions do not represent the city of Loveland or the city council, and that she should issue an immediate an apology. While the council respects the due process, it does not condone or endorse her behavior. I also believe that it should also include what our public tonight has been asking for, is at least a formal requisition from City Council of her resignation. The second part of this is asking that we remove Councilmember Black from all boards and commission assignments. A motion to permanently remove Councilmember Black from all boards and commission positions due to her conduct. And the third aspect is to terminate the proposed censor process. A motion to end the censor process previously proposed by Councilmember Olson as a public reprimand appears to be ineffective in addressing Councilmember Black's behavior. In my opinion, these actions are necessary to uphold the integrity of City Council, the City of Loveland, to ensure the conduct in public interactions is in the best interest of the city. That's all I have.
All right, Councilor Light-Kovach.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilor Foley, for bringing this item. And as we proceed through this item, I'm hopeful that on Council Hill here tonight we'll be able to address this item with a productive and respectful dialogue. I would like to amend Councilor Foley's motion, if I may. And I had emailed everyone on council that amendment just so you could have it in front of you, because the part that I'm amending is just the letter. It's not anything to do with the boards or the commissions or the censure proceedings. And for those who haven't seen the email at home, I'm proposing changes mostly because the letter that Councilor Foley crafted is specific to Erin Black with a lot of you statements. And from my point of view, the purpose of this letter should not be just to Councilor Black, but it should be to our community members as well, to let them know what we expect and what we strive for as members of council. And I also would like us to focus this letter on the behavior rather than the person. Because the person, Councilmember Erin Black, is still a council member. I know that there's talk of a recall effort, and that is all fine and well, but for now, she is still a council member, and I would like us to find a way to craft this letter so that we can address the issue that happened at the park while also still, finding a way back for Councilmember Black and saying, hey, we're focusing on the behavior that we would like to see changed and not on you as the human being. I can read those proposed changes. Otherwise, everyone on council has those proposed changes in your email. It's the most recent email that I've sent you all. Would you like me to read it?
Why don't you, for the public?
Yes, for members of the public. Okay, so my proposed changes, this is what I propose. And again, I'm not married to this. I'm happy for us to continue wordsmithing this. The City Council formally addresses the concerning behavior exhibited at Dwayne Webster Park on March 29, 2025. The Council upholds the highest standards of professionalism and expects all council members to engage with the public in a respectful and constructive manner. The conduct displayed in the relevant video does not align with these expectations. The behavior in question, including the tone and approach used in response to a local citizen, was not reflective of the decorum expected of a City Council member. The Council unequivocally does not condone, endorse, or support this behavior. The Council maintains that there were numerous appropriate ways to address the concerns raised by the citizen without resorting to conduct that undermines public trust. As representatives of this city, we remain committed to fostering respectful and constructive dialogue with all members of the community. The Council urges accountability and professionalism in all interactions with the public. That's my proposed amendment. Again, happy for us to keep wordsmithing this if there's parts that you feel like I didn't address appropriately.
Councilor Sampson.
Thank you. Two quick things. One is, do we currently have a motion on the table? I didn't hear any seconds.
No.
Okay. So do we maybe maybe Councilor Foley could make a motion for at least Part A so that it could be amended?
I make a motion to adopt the positions and agenda items that I have presented to council as they were written in the email.
Okay, second. Thank you. So, Laura, Councilor Light Kovach, I wanted to respond to your proposed changes to the letter. Do you mind if I read the original letter? Because it wasn't in the packet, so I don't know if everyone heard that.
Point of clarification, Madam Mayor, if I can, and sorry to interrupt you, Councilor Sampson, but there's a motion, I assume, that Councilor Light-Kovach has put out to amend the motion that Councilor Foley just put, but there's been no second to that. So are we in discussions, or do we have to have a second before we go to discussions?
Well, no, there wasn't a second for amendment, so second.
Okay, now we have a second.
Can we
Now you
discuss?
do it. Yes.
Okay, thank you for catching that. So what I first wanted to read was just the email or the letter that Councilor Foley sent out to everyone. So it says, the purpose of this letter is to formally notify you, granted, letter is addressed to Councilor Black. The purpose of this letter is to formally notify you that the City Council has no confidence in your ability to adequately manage your behavior with members of the public as a result of your unprofessional conduct during the Dwayne Webster Park incident on March 29, 2025. The City Council hereby condemns your behavior at Dwayne Webster Park, where you clearly accosted a local citizen seeking to speak only with you with a number of tactics and tone which is unbecoming of a member of the City Council. The City Council does not condone, endorse, or respect the behavior you exhibited in the relevant video. Your behavior is not reflective of the behavior of the City Council expects its members to exhibit with members of the public. The City Council in this city will not be responsible for the potentially criminal behavior you exhibited and hereby separates itself through this letter by emphatically asserting that you do not speak or act on behalf of the council, and the council rejects the behavior you exhibited and would demand that you apologize for this behavior immediately. To be sure, the City Council respects the fundamental aspects of our government and that all are presumed innocent until proven guilty. However, crime or not, the city provides you this correspondence exclusively because the council does not condone, endorse, or respect the behavior you exhibited in the relevant video. Councilmember Black had a number of legitimate means by which she could have communicated her disagreement with the underlying citizen who recorded the relevant video without resorting to her poor conduct on the matter. So that being said, there are some things actually that I really appreciate about your edits, Councilor Kovac. The thing that is missing, there's a couple things that are missing for me. One is it didn't discuss the legality piece of it. And two, it wasn't very explicit about how we truly don't condone this. And three, I understand what you mean about removing the your and making it really personal. But the reason we're writing this letter is because of and to Erin Black. So I would like some association, some kind of happy middle, if we so desire, that this still directly addresses Councilor Black and the event that created all of this.
Okay. All right, Councilor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the proposed change, Laura, what concerns me is we're not talking about generic principles, that would apply to all the councilors. We're talking about the behavior of an individual council member, which is actually a continuation of a pattern of behavior. As you're aware, we had an investigation due to a discrimination complaint where a councilor attacked the person's religious beliefs. We had then a prosecution, a vote to prosecute for possible violations of the charter. And then, because of additional behavior, we had a motion, and it passed to begin the process for censuring her. So this is a gift that keeps on giving. This is not an isolated incident. And so I'm not supportive of us not directly addressing her behavior with a vote of no confidence and condemning her behavior. And I'm also supportive of us as a council recommending and requesting that in the best interest of council that she resign. Because
Quiet,
I'm certain that the citizens are in such an uproar, and as we heard tonight, Councilor Black doubled down again, excusing her own behavior and attacking the individual she had the confrontation with. So I don't see any value in not getting direct and personal on this particular item. I think we need to address it directly and personally and request that she resign.
So, Councilor Lykovich, one, I always appreciate the aspect of you looking at things from a different lens. No ifs, ands, or buts. I have a concern with your amendment, and I know I discussed this with you a little bit, but I'm going to go over it this way. Our job appears to be leaders in this city. One of the fundamental aspects of leadership is making difficult decisions and addressing issues head on. As council members, we have a duty to be straightforward and transparent, especially when it comes to each other. And I think that's the biggest aspect of this. The amendment that you're putting out there for me weakens the whole intent of the original letter. And it puts it more in an area where we're dealing with professionalism and not the failure of leadership that really did occur when this was going on. The original purpose of this letter was to take a firm stance against Councilor Black, period. Councilor Olson made some really good points there. There's been so many things that have occurred and so many disruptive aspects that this councilor has done. And in some ways, it's my belief that she's doing this because we don't have any teeth to do anything else with it. So if we continue to water these things down, it seriously does something about the credibility of this council. We've got to be willing to address this misconduct, whether we like it or not. And in that aspect, I don't think your amendment does that. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple other minor tweaks here and there, but I think this has to be directed at Councilor Black for the abhorrent behavior she displayed on that video. And doubling down this evening and basically saying, she basically said, I'll do this again. This is something we can't do in this city. We can't. And as much as I appreciate what you're doing, I can't back this amendment.
All right. Counselor Mallow, and please quiet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I talked to a couple of counselors during the break, and what was missing from the original motion and what's missing from the amendment, which is the topic of conversation as we said here now, there was no wording about asking for a resignation. I found that to be almost unbelievable, to be honest with you, and I thought maybe it was done on purpose for maybe a legal reason that we can't ask her for a resignation. But whether it be this amendment or the underlying motion, I think that verbiage needs to be in there one way or another. Otherwise, it's just, and she has the right to say no or ignore it. We can't force it upon her, but we can certainly ask, and the worst she can do is say no. And I'm getting a nodding of the head from our chief legal expert, so I guess that's okay. So whether we dismiss this amendment and go back to original or whatever, I'd like to have some verbiage in there regarding asking for a resignation.
All right, thank you. I believe what's being proposed, whether it's the amendment or the main, is basically disciplinary action against a peer, a member of City Council. And, we follow Robert's Rules, Section 61. So when you have offenses elsewhere than in a City Council meeting, if improper conduct by a member of a society occurs elsewhere than at a meeting, the members generally have no firsthand knowledge of the case. Therefore, if disciplinary action is to be taken, charges must be proffered and proffered, and formal trial held before the assembly of the society or before a committee standing or special. A member or officer has the right that allegations against his good name shall not be made except by charges brought on reasonable ground. If thus accused, he has the right to due process. That is, to be informed of the charge and given time to prepare his defense, to appear and defend himself, and to be fairly treated. I think what's being proposed tonight in either the main motion or the amendment is essentially disciplinary action, and I believe Councilor Black has the right to due process, that she have an opportunity to look at the charges that are leveled against her and have a chance to defend herself. We have not heard from Councilor Black what brought her to the point of going to the park. I think we all can condemn what happened at the park. Not a problem. But when you start talking about taking off boards and commissions, not being able to attend meetings in person, these are disciplinary actions, and I think she has due process. It's a right in all of us citizens in the United States have. Due process. She has a right to come before and be heard and defend herself. In theory, special procedures established should be built essentially around them, and steps must be followed in the absence of such provision. Confidential investigation by a committee, report of the committee, preferral of charges if warrant, formal notification of the accused, trial, and the Assembly's review of a trial committee's finding. And I believe we are skipping that process.
Point of clarification.
I'd like to.
I've got a point of clarification.
Sure, please, go ahead.
And this is for the city attorney.
Yeah.
But my understanding is we work off a modified section of Robert's Rules, not by Robert's Rules completely, and that we as a council over the years have determined that we can modify that in our own needs.
Bingo.
So, Councilor McFall, I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. Yes, the council rules of procedure, the relevant section I think you're referring to is in Section 1. It states Robert's Rules of Order are adopted as the rules guiding the conduct of business at meetings at the council, provided the council decisions on rules of procedure shall always take precedence, subject to the city charter and applicable federal and state law. Note, when any action of the city council meeting appears to be inconsistent with these adopted procedures, the discussion is beyond the scope of the matter, and the rest of it is really not relevant. So in other words, the city council can use Robert's Rules as a guide, need not follow it closely, and does not. And we've had that discussion previously with Bob's Rules of Order. I do think that the mayor raises a fair point, that being that some due process be afforded to Councilmember Black. However, I think the scope of this motion here is simply correspondence. It's not disciplinary in nature, I think, at this juncture. The next motion, for example, about removal from boards and commissions, the council may wish to consider amendments to that motion, perhaps, whereby upon the conclusion of the investigation by the Larimer County Sheriff's Office, that perhaps it's a temporary measure being taken, and that should be after the conclusion of that investigation, for example, they could remain permanent, or after the pendency of any particular trial. I'm just throwing a couple ideas out there. I do think that some modicum of due process, if there are removal from boards and commissions, is appropriate. But we need not follow Robert's rules to the T. If the council would like...
Well, can he finish?
It's a point of clarification on what he just mentioned there.
Your mic's not on. He won't.
Councilor Foley, Councilor McFall still has the floor. I was asking if his point of clarification was addressed.
Just for clarification, Vince, I want to make sure what you just said is that removal from boards and commissions is something we can do.
It is.
Okay, we don't have to wait for anything else.
And Madam Mayor, that's exactly what I was trying to...
Councilor Foley, I know you're remote, and so you probably can't see what's, we still have Councilor McFall with his light on. He's still looking for clarification for our city attorney. Please be patient. I'll recognize you when he's finished.
Bottom line, we can ask for removal of boards and commissions. We can vote to remove her from boards and commissions.
Correct. I think here's the challenge, and it's just like the prior motion that was made. There's nothing in the charter, there's nothing in the city's code that would allow the council to enforce its motion. So basically what the council is doing here is making an assessment based upon some evidence, perhaps some would say enough, some may say not enough, making a judgment based upon that evidence to request that Councilmember Black no longer attend the boards and commissions that she is assigned to as a result of the video. If Councilmember Black were to show up at one of her boards and commissions, there is nothing that the city could do to remove her.
So if she showed up and sat, game on.
There's no rule in our charter or code that would allow the city to take affirmative action in those circumstances. It's a request of the body based upon your judgment.
Unfortunately, it goes back to our charter that needs to get more teeth. Okay, thank you. That answers all.
Okay, that takes care of that. Councilor Foley, did you still have a request for clarification?
Just to clarify a little bit clearer, that we as council members serve on our boards and commissions as liaisons at the pleasure of being appointed by council as a whole, as well as our mayor pro tem even. And at any point in time, council as a whole can remove anyone for any reason because council is the ultimate authority. The council as a body is the ultimate authority when it comes to that. Am I correct with that, city attorney?
Councilmember Foley, you are correct.
Thank you.
All right, let's see, I think everyone had a first round, so we go back to the next slide I saw was...
Yeah, now I'm confused. Well, I had a point of clarification to begin with anyway.
Oh, point of clarification, because it's, we do rounds, and so it's not your next comment time. But if you have clarification, please ask.
Just wasn't as quick as
Okay, please ask your clarification.
I'm more reserved than he is. He's a Marine, so... Two things. What I hear is that sending a letter to Councilor Black expressing our concern, displeasure, whatever, is not discipline. It's simply a letter.
Correct.
Okay. The point that Councilor Foley brought up in reaction to you is if we remove her how is that different than saying we vote not to place you on that board and commission? I mean, could we have that process and go through all our boards and commissions and say we're going to appoint somebody else?
Councilmember Olson, in my view, the council has the authority to remove its members from boards and commissions. The challenge is the enforcement of that. There's nothing in our charter or code that would allow for the enforcement. It's on the honor system for Councilmember Black or any affected council member.
Well, that's if we say we don't want you to go to your boards and commissions, but if we go through the process of appointing somebody else to that board and commission, then we've appointed a new liaison, have we not?
That is correct. That still would not prohibit Councilmember Black from attending.
But she could attend only as a citizen, not as a liaison.
I think that's correct. You'd have an alternate liaison at that point. However, once again, it would still create a very challenging scenario for the city because we do not have a means to enforce or silence Councilmember Black through her current boards and commissions.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay.
All right, Councilor Sampson, you're Light, and then Councilor Light Kovach.
Thank you. Could I yield to Councilor Light Kovach first and come back to me? Because she had something she wanted to. No, we were doing that. We swapped computers. We're good. But
Okay,
no,
Councilor
she wanted to
Light
share
Kovach.
first.
I think the best way for me to do this is to withdraw my original amendment,
I'll withdraw my second.
withdraw a second, and now I'm going to make a new amendment. So while I took diligent notes while each of you were talking to share your concerns, I've done some wordsmithing to my statement. And I'd like to read the potentially new statement that takes into account your critiques.
When you say that, are you saying your supplement, yours would take precedence then, and so it's negating
Right.
Councilor Foley's?
Right.
And yours would be the entirety?
This would be the entire
Okay, thank
letter.
you.
How long is it? I got limited bandwidth.
Go ahead,
It's not
Councilor
long.
Light
It's
Kovach.
shorter than Foley's original
Okay.
one.
And
Okay.
would you please restart the clock? Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Here it is. The City Council formally addresses the unacceptable behavior exhibited by Councilor Black at Dwayne Webster Park on March 29, 2025. Leadership demands accountability, professionalism, and adherence to both ethical and legal standards, none of which were upheld in this instance. The conduct displayed in the relevant video reflects a troubling pattern of behavior that is inconsistent with the responsibilities of public office. Councilor Black's dismissive and confrontational actions towards a local citizen not only violated the decorum expected of an elected official, but also raised concerns regarding legal and ethical obligations in public interactions. This continued disregard for professional conduct undermines public trust, damages the integrity of this council, and is entirely unacceptable. The council does not condone, endorse, or excuse this repeated failure to engage the public with respect and accountability. Leadership requires the ability to listen, to respond with integrity, and to uphold the responsibilities of public office. Councilor Black's actions demonstrate a failure on all these fronts. Given this ongoing pattern of behavior and the serious concerns it raises, we believe it is in the best interest of the community that Councilor Black step down from her position. Effective governance depends on the trust and confidence of the public, and when that trust is eroded, leadership must act decisively. Therefore, we respectfully call on Councilor Black to resign from her role on the City Council. The residents of this city deserve leadership that exemplifies professionalism, accountability, and a commitment to serving the public with integrity.
Second.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Ladies first.
Thank you, thank you. All right, yes, Councilor Kovach, I think it's perfect, well done, I appreciate that, I will support. I did want to speak briefly to whether or not we're supposed to be deciding if Councilor Black is guilty of anything at this point in time, at this juncture. And this was my perspective of it. I believe this is about Erin and her behavior at a meeting with a constituent. It's about Erin Black stating repeatedly that she is a city councilwoman, thereby is an extension of this council. We get to decide how we deal with the public representation of our body by a member of our body. We've had such unbelievable outcry. This was a traumatic event for our city, for our citizens, and for our council. There's absolutely no need for Councilor Black to make her case. In my opinion, that case has been made in that video. I personally don't care why she thought she was justified in her behavior. Her behavior is unjustified as a city council member, as per not only my own and ours, but also a significant majority of the city's perspective. So I just wanted to state that in really to argue, Mayor, your position that, Erin hasn't had a fair trial. I think she's been heard. I think she took the stand, and now we get to make the judgment. So I support the letter, and thank you, Councilor Kovac. I think you did an excellent job putting all of our concerns into one letter.
All right, Councilor Olson? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I also appreciate the rewrite of the letter. I think it expresses the concerns that I have, and I appreciate you weaving those into that letter. I also appreciate that we do make the request that Councilor Black resign. I think that's appropriate. And if, I think, should she not, then we'll just have to look at what the next step is. But I think at least expressing our view and hoping that she would consider the thoughts of, assuming this passes, the will of the council, I would hope she would listen to that. And if not, then we certainly have a much more adversarial council than need be. So I will support that. What about then with the rule of 4 request? I would say let's make the effort to say we'd like you to suspend you from boards and commissions until such time as this is all cleared up, and request that you not attend those meetings, respectfully request that you not attend those meetings. And then, pardon?
Just a point of clarification, if I can. I think that's a motion that's coming up after this one is done.
I thought it was all one.
Can we separate it out, though? I think
that's fine. Yeah, okay. No
I
problem.
thought it was separated.
Yeah, well, I'll deal with it then. Okay, I'm done.
Madam Mayor, I will acquiesce to Councilor Foley because his hand was up before my light went on, and then I will acquiesce to Councilor Mallow next.
Councilor Foley.
I've got a reason.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the rewrite, and I did intend with the motion that came forth, I just said that the email aspect. However, my intention from the start in my opening statement on this item was to respect what the citizens have been calling for and also put that in. So I'm glad that got worked in. I am absolutely for this. So let's vote and move on.
All right, Councilor Mallow then?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for that rewrite. It addresses my concern, obviously, and having wording regarding the resignation, I think is necessary because if it's not there, people will assume that we didn't think about it or want it or willing to vote on it. Citizens were clear, so this shows the citizens that we listened, and that was important to me. So I appreciate the rewrite, and I'll support as written.
All right, Councilor McFall.
I also support the rewrite. And I appreciate the aspect of working together and trying to find something that's accommodating for the whole board.
All right, Councilor Lightkovich.
I'm sorry, I would like to speak again, yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I normally don't speak so much in council meetings, so I apologize that everyone's having to hear me. I did just want to speak for a moment. There's a quote here from Ruth Bader Ginsburg that I'd like to share, in particular to Councilor Black, who's still listening at home, and it says, "Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you." And I hope, Councilmember Black, that if you are not resigning and we still have you on this governing body, I hope that you can come with that quote in mind. And I've seen so much good in you in our time on council, and it was not exhibited at all in that video this weekend. And I hope that if you continue to serve on council, that we will get to see more of your heart and your soul, those good parts about you that I love. I'm sorry it's come to this.
City Attorney, there was kind of a motion and then there was amendment. I think Do you feel like we have one, or do we have an amendment on top of the main motion?
My understanding is we have an amendment on top of the main motion, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
so amendment, so we have an amendment to vote on to have the adaptation from Counselor Lightkovich.
Yes, and if I may, Madam Mayor, if I may, with your permission, ask Councilor Lightkovich to please email me a copy of that, because we'll be responsible for getting that out.
Okay. So,
Point of clarification,
Even
just
better.
to save us some time, City Attorney. Could we just pull the main motion, have this motion come up and run with that instead of running through two different votes?
That would be acceptable.
okay, so Counselor Foley, are you willing to pull the main motion?
I was just going to say, if this passes, I'm just going to say that my motion is as amended, and we move on, do another quick vote, and then we go.
Are you willing to pull your main motion, please?
No, let's just keep going.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the main motion. Roll call, please, on the amendment.
Malo,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Marsh,
Yes.
Swanty,
Yes.
McFall,
Yes.
Black. Black.
She should
Yeah,
not
she
be
shouldn't be
voting.
voting on
Thank you.
this.
Foley,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Lightkovich.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 8.
All right, thank you. The amendment passes. I believe we'll open up public comment on this item.
We haven't
Yep.
gone through the rest of the item. Does that matter?
Don't we need to do something with the original?
No, we usually do public comment after the first motion.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
apologize.
So what? No, we don't vote before public comment. So,
That's the new rule.
what? We just did vote to accept the amendment.
Yeah, you voted to accept the amendment,
Yeah.
and so now we do public comment, then we vote on the
And then we'll
main
do the
motion.
rest.
Yes, so, yes, so
Some of
we,
us are on the same page.
so we
And some
will
of us are
open
not.
up.
Madam Mayor, just as a clarification, I would encourage, so members of the public could also speak to the two other
Yeah, they
components
can
of this
speak
item.
to anything on this particular item, but we only allow one public comment, and that's now. So if you spoke during the open public comment on this item, you cannot speak again. So it's for people that have not previously spoken on this item. We'll open up public comment first to people inside chambers. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? Please come up and give us your name and city of residence.
Hello. My name is David Nero. I had lived in Loveland. Microphone, sorry. My name is David Nero. I live in Loveland. I've lived here pretty much my whole life. Good evening, city councils and Loveland citizens. I am a Loveland native. I've been here through the good times, the bad times, and all the times. I have played in the parks. I have been here for the 4th of July. I've been here for big celebrations. I no longer find the city of Loveland safe. The safety of city of Loveland has diminished rapidly. And I say this with a grain of salt. I do not believe our city officials, our council, has the best interest in the city anymore. Jackie Marsh and Erin Black have shown that. They do not have our interest anymore. They do not have our safety anymore. Erin Black needs to be held accountable for her actions in the fullest. And she needs to resign. She needs to step down. Because if I wanted to have a conversation with you guys, am I expecting political gang retaliation? Having 9 people show up, and it is gang retaliation because it is 3 or more individuals with like-minded perseverance for a public unrest. That is gang perseverance. That's what it is. Our children need to be protected, and what we seen in the park was not protection of children. That was brutality in the fullest. This behavior and language cannot be around young children in a park. So with that being said, I demand Erin Black to step down and resign. And Jackie, you need to fully be aware of her actions and yours.
Thank you, David. Is there additional, again, come on, is there additional public comment from inside chambers?
Thank you, Council. Mickey Newfer, Larimer County, considered Loveland my home for 30 years. That's why I come here often in an effort to keep Loveland a place where I want to live, but most importantly, where I want my children and grandchildren to live. How ironic that it's National Crime Victims' Rights Week. This last week, Dylan was a victim, as were the citizens of Loveland, the victims of a crime perpetrated by Councilor Black. We may not have been in that park, but trust me, much harm was done. This crime happened in the city park. Unfortunately, Loveland is becoming more and more common to have a confrontation with a mentally unstable person, usually a homeless person. How ironic this time the mentally unstable person wasn't a homeless person, but a city councilor here in Loveland, Councilor Black. Councilor Black's lack of judgment, decorum, civility, professionalism, we've heard it. I could go on and on. All of those things disqualify her to continue in her position. Her overt profanity, the aggression, including what looked like a physical assault with her umbrella. And I do hope that maybe charges will be filed there. All of Erin's excuses fall flat. Elected officials, we have heard there's a higher standard. More is expected from you, and thank you. I know that your job is a hard one. Erin, it sounds like you're still listening. If Facebook is too stressful for you, obviously it's more than you can bear. Might I suggest you get off of Facebook? I think it would be good for your mental health, and obviously it would be better for our city. Whether Facebook or city council meetings, you will be challenged and opposed. You have shown you do not have the mental stability and maturity to handle conflicts that are part of being an elected official. I'm sorry, but Saturday proved to the city of Loveland you are ill-suited to serve here. I'm asking you to save Loveland more trauma and drama that comes with being abused by you by stepping down immediately. Counselors, you made this proclamation earlier. You affirmed that you were dedicated to this kinship, this healing, this hope. If you were sincere, then please rewrite that charter and do it immediately so we are not subjected to this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Right in chambers, please. Is there additional public comment on this item?
Hello, good evening. Ross Sutherland, 1-2. I think some of you know me. I've been an employer for about 30 years, and I have literally fired people for rolling their eyes at me. If you were a firefighter and you wear your duty shirt to a bar, you will face disciplinary proceedings. If you're an accountant and you did what happened in that video, you'd be fired. If you were a teacher, you would probably be fired. If you were a police officer, you'd most certainly be fired. So you have to ask yourselves, why? What is it about being on city council? Are you of some kind of higher power of human being? You are expected to hold an even higher self-discipline while conducting yourself on the field and off the field. My second point is my mother is a retired school teacher, and she told me something a long time ago which I've lived by, and that is, show me your friends, Mayor Marsh. Show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment? And at the next outbreak of clapping and stuff, we'll take a recess, so please don't. Please go ahead, give us your name and
Hi,
city of
Council,
residence.
Mayor. My name is Pat Grennan, and I'm in District 4. I'm a Colorado native of Colorado. I've been in this state for 47 years, and I've seen a lot of stuff and change and be changed by outsiders of our community. Unfortunately, this has been probably the most disgusting example I've seen of city employee. I was actually a city employee for the city of Fort Collins solid waste and city of Loveland solid waste for several years. And you have to have some self-constraint to be able to deal with the general public. And as a member of top-ranking position in the city of Loveland, I just have no appreciation for her saying she represents Coloradoans and Lovelanders, because I'm not even sure she's from this state. And to be frank, I wish she would leave, because I think her public display of childish gang mentality is disgusting, and I think she should step down immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Back. One, two, three, four, five. Quiet in chambers, please. We are reconvened as the City of Loveland regular meeting. I've asked numerous times for the chamber to please be quiet. Applauding, clapping, noises are inappropriate. You are interfering with our ability to conduct our business. In conversation with our city attorney and city manager, if this continues, we will need to continue this item till the April 16th meeting. We'll open and close the land use meeting, and then we will adjourn for the evening. So please do not put us in that position. Please allow people to give public comment and to remain quiet, please. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
point of clarification.
Councilor Foley, state your point of clarification.
Point of clarification, if they leave the chamber and clap and cheer outside of the chamber, that's acceptable.
They can go in the lobby, which people were doing in the open public comment, absolutely. It's just
Thank
we
you.
need it quiet in here. Thank you. All right, is there additional public comment on this item?
Barbara Shuri, Ward 3. I thank you for taking the consideration of this issue of Councilor Black. I am in accord with the motion that like Kovac made. I think it's well stated. I agree with almost everything that people have been saying. But there's one more thing I want to say, and that is that my heart goes out to Councilor Black. She's my representative in Ward 3. I have never spoken with her personally, but I have been observing her, and Erin, I feel your pain. I sense that you are a person with a profound pain, and I have no idea the source of that pain. I know that you feel other people's pain, and I appreciate that. But I believe that the council is about to take a decision that needs to be taken. And I would agree with them that I think you should resign your position. You need some time away from all these responsibilities and these issues. Not that you cease to care for people, but that you have some time to do some healing, because I know that you have a lot of pain, and I sense it, and I'm sorry for it. Thank you very much. Just one moment. I'm going to say a short prayer for you, Erin, though you may not appreciate it. Father in heaven, I want to pray for Erin, for those things that grieve her, for the pain that she feels. I pray your blessing on her, and I pray for many years to come of a healing for her. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Barbara. Is there additional public comment from inside chambers?
Travis Conklin, Ward 2, and you just stole everything I was going to say, so God bless you, seriously. It's not a joyous occasion that we're up here with what's going on. I know some people seem like they're excited and joyful and everything else. It's a sad thing. It's a sad thing when something like this happens and that there's a break in somebody that makes this happen. And it's been seen time and time again. So like she said, we had to pray for her heart. And I agree that she needs to resign. Erin Black, you need to resign and take some time for yourself. Reflect on what you, who you are and what you are. You know, so I repeat what you say. We have to pray for her heart. We have to love her well. The Bible says, love your neighbors, but also love your enemies. So no matter where we go, how we go with this, how it happens, we have to do it with a place of love. So Erin, I asked you to resign and save Loveland the pain, the time, and the money that will take with a recall or anything else. So we thank you for that. And Lord God, we just pray for your heart, Erin Black. We pray for the city's healing in the name of Jesus. And we thank you for that. Amen.
Thank you, Travis. Is there additional public comment from inside chambers?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Lori Goebel, Ward 3. There was a former councilor who said, if we're not going to police ourselves, who will? So first of all, I want to just say, I want to encourage each one of you. I've had such positive interactions with each one of you, probably with the exception of our newest member of council. But when I've approached you, whether we agree on something or we disagree on something, we're able to do it with respect. We're able to talk civilly, and we're able to, whether we end up agreeing or disagreeing, that we're not hurling profanities at each other, we're not coming after each other, but we're approaching it with, once again, with that professionalism that your office demands of you, each one of you. Anyone in the public eye is held to that higher standard. The response, the reaction by Councillor Black was completely uncalled for. I stood before you back in November, and I did at that time ask Councillor Black to please step down because of behavior that was witnessed by the mayor and by this council towards people making public comment towards her constituents. That was 4 months ago. You know, everyone wants to, a lot of people want to and desire to be maybe sitting in a seat of authority. But once again, that is because you will be held to a higher standard. You need to set the example, and by holding each other accountable. I think that is the best thing that this council can do at this time. And I would once again respectfully ask Councilor Black to submit her resignation immediately to save the city any more pain, to save the city any more cost, and to put Loveland back in a position of, hey, this is what we can do, we can move forward from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Is there additional public comment from inside chambers?
Cindy Van Slambrook, Ward 2. Sorry I didn't fill out a card, but this is really hard. I've been sitting out there, hearing a lot of comments, of course, concerning Councilor Black and what her behavior should be. I do think that even recently when Councilor Foley was saying some things about me while I was talking during public comment, and Councilor Mallow, pro tem, had to say, point of order, to quiet that down. So I'm not trying to say there's an equivalency. I'm saying I wish that you would listen to this. I think the comments that the mayor has made and Laura Light Kovach has made, Councilor Kovach and Mayor Marsh. I think that the city has been through enough. We've already had one recall election. We've already spent a lot of money for that. We will have to spend money for another election, possibly. And I do think that, I think it was Laura Light Kovach, that Councilor Kovach, I'm sorry, who said we need to have a code of conduct. But the code of conduct that we're operating under right now should be Robert's rules. And this didn't happen on, witnessed in front of everybody. It wasn't here in chambers. I do think there's room to wait. I think there's room to issue a letter. And I think, let's try again. It is 9 o'clock. We have wasted 3 hours where we could have been doing city business, and we're not doing it. There's an affordable housing project coming up that you guys are supposed to vote on tonight, and it's 9 o'clock. So I was originally going to speak to some things I heard in the study session last week that were upsetting to me. Well, that didn't get done, and it is annoying. So it sounds as though a lot of you already have your minds made up. I wish you would consider letting this be handled the way Robert's Rules says to handle it, the way that Laura Light Kovach, Councilor Kovach and Mayor Marsh have suggested. The last time I spoke, I never got to say welcome to Councilor Swanty. So thank you. Thank you for taking this on. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there additional public comment from inside chambers? All right, Adriana, do we have any phone-in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Users, if you would like to speak to this item, please choose the raise your hand feature or press *9 if you're joining by phone. The moderator will call on the user's last 4 digits of the phone number, and you must be ready to press *6 to unmute yourself when called on by the moderator. If attending through Zoom, the moderator will call on the user's name, and when this is done, please accept the pop-up request on your screen to become a panelist. The meeting will automatically rejoin you as a panelist, then you may begin your public comment. You must be ready to accept the pop-up window request from the moderator when called on. User by the name Loveland Citizen, accept this request to become a panelist. Lovely citizen, you may state your name and begin your public comment.
Adriana, is the person still with us?
They are with us, but they have not unmuted. I've asked to unmute. Would you like me to move on to the next person?
Yes, please, and if that person wants to come back on after they've sorted out their mute problem. Go ahead with the next person.
Okay. It looks like Loveland citizen is back.
Okay.
Give me 1 sec. User by the name Loveland citizen, please state your name, unmute, and begin your public comment. Mayor, not sure what's happening.
Okay, do we have anyone else online?
Yes, ma'am. Hold
Okay.
on 1 sec. User by the name iPhone, please accept this request to become a panelist. User by the name iPhone, please unmute, state your name, and begin your public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, give us your name and city of residence, please.
Name's Jordan Leedy, City Loveland, Colorado.
Thank you.
Yep. Would just like to start off by saying I'm not sure what's more disgusting, to see the video of Erin Black or to see a feeble attempt, mayor, of defending her. In what I've been paying attention to politics-wise in the city of Loveland, you know, Loveland's changed a lot. I grew up around here. I've been in Larimer County my entire life, and seeing exactly what has happened to the city, excuse me, it's disgusting. And for a universal, to not have a universal condemnation of what she's done across the board, including you, Mayor, is absolutely unacceptable. There's no justification for what she did. And frankly, I'm disgusted by the whole process. There should be a way for the council to hold someone accountable and actually have some teeth. If she needs to be removed, as one of the other council members said, from her positions, great. But if she can still show up and be a rabble rouser, I'm not sure that that's really accomplishing anything. So, I'm going to keep it short and sweet and yield my time to somebody else. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jordan. Adriana, do we have additional phone in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. User by the name Zeke, please accept this request to become a panelist. Zeke, you may unmute and begin your public comment.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, this is Zeke Cortez, City of Loveland. And good evening, everybody. I'm sure there's a lot of people in chambers. I'm not there. I had something else that I had to do tonight. But, I've heard a lot of things about Counselor Black tonight. And I don't know if everybody else that's watching understands how this has started and where it's come from. So going way back to 2023, Mayor Marsh had a slate of candidates: Troy Krenning, Lorelei Kovacs, that's up there right now, Erin Black, Kat McManus. Kat McManus was the only one out of them that lost, and the mayor retained her seat as the mayor. And what this has led to is complete destruction. First off, Troy Krenning is recalled. Troy Krenning is actually the mayor's personal lawyer and has helped the mayor sue the city and has lost. And now he is representing Erin Black in her harassment charge that is against the chief of police. So this goes much deeper and much bigger than just this incident. And I hope that every single person understands that. And while I respect different political positions, this is radicalism. This is Marxism, and this is beyond what is Loveland. This is something that you would see in a massive city with millions of people. And so with that said, Erin Black also is, on Facebook, and she's definitely calling out private businesses. There was the Lundin Sculpture Studio did a sculpture of Trump, and Erin Black went on that thread and asked for the cancellation of Lundin Sculpture, a private enterprise, private business in downtown. And these people and their skill set is nationally recognized. They've been around Loveland forever. They have kids and grandkids here. It's a well-respected family. And who doesn't want to make a buck, especially if you're in business? That's why you do it. So I want everybody that's there in chambers and everybody that's listening to understand that no matter what happens with Erin Black, no matter what happens, and if she resigns or not, which she's not going to, she's going to cost the taxpayers $250,000, and she's not going to bat an eye at it. This year, there are elections, and there's going to be 4 ward seats up, Ward 1 through 4, and then the mayor is going to be up for re-election as well. So when it comes time and you start seeing signs around, please, please, please remember what is happening tonight when you cast your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeke. Adriana, do we have additional phone-in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me see. I do not see any more raised hands.
All right, and we didn't hear back from the original gentleman who phoned, or not, I don't know if it's a gentleman, somebody who phoned in.
Yes, I do not see. I do see them there, but they have not raised their hand again.
Okay, thank you very much, Adriana. We'll close public comment, so we are back to the main motion. I will say I do not support the activity that happened at Dwayne Webster Park over the weekend. I do want to hear from Councilor Black and the other individuals that were at the park to understand what happened that led them to that. I think that's part of a due process. They have a right to be heard, and Councilor Black has a right to due process and to defend herself. I can't support any actions on this tonight before that due process takes place. So that's where I'm at. I'm not sure whose light was on next.
I'll acquiesce.
Okay, Councilor Olson then? Everybody's passing.
Yeah, well,
okay.
We're trying to play nice.
Yes,
Mayor.
I know. I can tell
I know
that.
it's unusual, but we're trying.
Okay.
Well, I very much appreciate the revision to the motion. I want to just reemphasize that we're dealing with a pattern of behavior, and it has to be addressed. The idea that we should just, forgo it and wait and see what happens, I think that's part of the problem we have, is we are not able to take action on things. We don't have any ability to actually have discipline through a fair process that has any kind of meaning. We had voted on censuring, but that's just a slap in the hand. The letter, I suppose you could look at that, and that's just a slap in the hand. I mean, it's conveying, I would hope, the sincere beliefs that of this council, assuming it passed, that this is in the best interest for the city, and try to convey that don't let pride get in the way. Councilor Krenning drug his recall on to the very last breath. So he cost the city a lot of extra money that wasn't necessary. He's representing Councilor Black. I would not be surprised if he's not going to encourage her to hang on to the last breath, which will cost the city money. And I think it's unfortunate. You could take the higher ground, or she could take the higher ground and say, in the best interest of the city, I'm going to resign and walk away with her pride. If she continues to battle and double down as she did tonight, I think it's just going to tarnish her image even more, and I think that's unfortunate. I hear so many times people come to council and tell us how bad we are. I am sorry, I just reject that. Yeah, we disagree, but we're individuals. We have a right to disagree. We have a right to have our opinions. We have a right to defend our opinions. I spent 8 years in Washington watching Congress battle at a time Reagan was there, Tip O'Neill, and they battled, they fought, and then they went out and had a beer. There's no reason that we can't battle and fight and go out and have a beer. I think right now, at this time, with the members that are on this council, we conduct ourselves with civility, respect, integrity, and honesty. We have had the problem when a couple of people get in there to the mix and it screws up the dynamics of the thing. And so I think it's unfortunate. And I think for the good of council, it would be in the best interest for Councilor Black to resign. It would improve this council. And we'd have to go through another election process, but I think that's in best interest of the city.
Thank you. Let's see, I have Councilor Sampson next, followed by Councilor McFall.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm glad that most of us have arrived at this place that I believe is the right place for us to be. And that is the letter that Councilor Foley and Councilor Kovac, wrote together, I think beautifully states the position that we should have as a council. In the past, I've had run-ins, conflict, I don't know what you want to call it, with Councilor Black. And there's always been a presumption that it was personal or it was politically motivated. I don't know Councilor Black personally at all, which is sort of strange because after 5 years on council, I know almost everyone else in some personal fashion, know a little bit about their kids or their job or something. I don't, prior to this, I don't know anything about Councilor Black. But I know that I have struggled with her behavior on council and her pattern of behavior since very early on. And the reason I struggle with it is not just because it harms our city and not just because it harms our reputation as a city, and not just because it causes for meetings to drag on because we have to deal with things we shouldn't have to deal with, and not just because she harassed and went after our police chief and showed disrespect to our PD, and I could go down a laundry list of reasons, but actually the largest reason for me is because I'm really proud to be your council member. I feel very honored to sit here with all of these individuals every Tuesday, whether we agree or not. And I don't like having that stain I don't like having that smudge. And so I guess I could probably say, yeah, we should do this for the city, and we should do this for the council, and we should do this for, and I do believe those things, but I'm actually doing it because I was embarrassed to show my parents this video, and because I would be embarrassed to have been present for that video, or to have had my kids at the park for that video. And I'm embarrassed when people say, your council, or this council, or you counselors, because it's not who we are. It's not who we are. And that is the reason, overarching reason, why Councilor Black needs to resign or be recalled or removed, because I genuinely believe that the gross majority of the city, even if we disagree, we can still be civil. We can still have conversation. We can work through it, whether we even like each other or not. But I feel that we've been dishonored. And I do feel like it's a stain, and I personally feel ashamed, embarrassed. And I feel sad for Councilor Black that she made those choices. But she made those choices. And so I will be supporting the letter. And I was going to also say, I don't know if we would maybe be entertain just kind of a motion and just voting without a lot of discussion on the next couple of things that we have to vote on this item, so we can get moving along. So,
All right. Thank you, Councilor McFall.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it as short as possible. You know, we make a decision to come on city council because we want to serve the city, and we want to do what we feel is best for the city and what's best for the residents of our ward. I take great pride sitting up here. And, you know, like Councilor Sampson just said, it's a pride I have not only in the fact that I'm here to help shape what goes on in Loveland, but that I have the ability to serve Loveland and be that public servant that you expect. When I'm out in public, whether I'm out in shorts on a boat, enjoying myself, whatever, I always keep in the back of my mind that I'm a representative of the city of Loveland, and I try and ensure that my conduct does that. You know, as a Marine, I had Marines that used to ask me when we were recruiting to do, why do we always wear dress blues wherever we go to? And my answer to them was this: you may be the only Marine that person ever sees. And the impression they have of you is the impression they have of the United States Marine Corps. I may be the only city councilor that anybody ever sees from the city of Loveland, and the impression people have of me is the impression they have of the city of Loveland. This didn't leave it there. You know, people are talking about, you know, listening to Councilor, well, Councilor Black spoke up this evening. She basically said she wouldn't change a thing of what she's doing. There are a lot of people sitting in prison today that had reasons they believed to do something wrong and still did something wrong and still went to prison. It's where it's at. I support this.
Thank you, Councilor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the big reasons that I brought this particular item was I'm a risk manager by trade. I look at risk and liabilities. And what I see here is a continuation that further puts the city at risk and potential liabilities. And with that, with this letter, it puts a firm statement that the city council and the city of Loveland does not condone these actions. It really archives it. It puts it in writing. It's in a document, and it can help us reduce our potential for liabilities and exposures that can come of this. I firmly believe that if Councilor Black were to resign, that any potential additional lawsuits that may be coming on both sides of the equation may not come. And that reduces the exposure for the city as well. So these actions need to be taken. They're not taken lightly, but it's time. We can't keep pushing that can. The video is there, the behavior and the continued pattern, especially when several members of this board or council have expressed to Councilor Black that she's got to change course, and yet still refuses. And even tonight, after hearing dozens of public comment requesting that she resign, she still doubles down. And so we as council need to do what we can, and then the rest is in the citizens' hands. Unfortunately, that is something that we have been talking about, is potential charter commissions to open the charter and fix the problems that we have moving forward. And that's what we really have to do, is look at what is the movement of moving forward, because ultimately we're dealing with this when we were supposed to be dealing with city business. And we really need to get back to doing city business. But unfortunately, we have to make sure our house is in order, and it is our responsibility for policing our own and moving forward and moving the ball forward. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table for a drafted letter articulated by Councilor Light-Kovach. Does anybody need a rereading of that letter? Okay, roll call, please.
Mallow.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Marsh.
No.
Swanty.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Light-Kovach.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 7 yes to 1 no.
Thank you. The motion passes. Now, Councilor Foley, did you have additional motions?
Make the second
Okay.
proposed motion.
Okay, that'll be.
I move that that Councilor Black be suspended from all assigned board and commissions until such time as this matter comes to conclusion.
Second.
All right, any discussion by council?
Point of clarification.
Okay.
What do we mean by conclusion? What are we looking for? Are we looking for a response from the Larimer County Sheriff's Office? Are we looking for, what are we looking for?
Well, I think that's to be determined. And there is an investigation, so when the matter is, we get a response from the Sheriff's Department as to what's going to transpire.
Can we
with that.
amend to that so we have a point in place that we're looking for? That's all I'm looking for.
What do you think?
I'll withdraw my second.
Quiet, please.
What are you suggesting?
I'm just suggesting give us a definitive what we're looking for, because to conclusion we don't know. Again, I'm just saying, if we can make it till the Larimer County Sheriff's investigation determines,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
she's resigned
I'll
to
withdraw my
recall.
second.
All right,
to
I'll
correct
buy
the
that.
motion.
Until such time as Larimer County concludes their investigation, or she resigns, or is, what was it? Recalled.
So do we have a second?
I can second that.
On the motion, Councilor McFall, so second.
No what?
So Councilor Light-Kovach.
I was going to ask about the point of conclusion.
I'm trying to be a lawyer and be wishy-washy, so.
It's hard to do on the fly.
Yeah.
I guess on this one, the way that I'm viewing this particular item is similar to what our city attorney said, that this seems more disciplinary. City attorney, do we run any risks by voting yes on this? Do we open up ourselves to any legal risks?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question, Councilor Light-Kovach. My preference would be that in order to have a full-throated conversation on this, we would need to go into an executive session. However, I understand the council would like to make a decision this evening. I think I can say this much. The council is in its safest position if it provides for some measure of due process, and the suspension is, first of all, is de minimis and it's temporal in nature until such time as there is a conclusion. Furthermore, and it's important to clarify for the record, that Councilmember Black may still attend. So this is really a request. So if I may suggest an amendment to the motion, it's that Councilmember Black, that the council request that Councilmember Black not attend any of her board or commission meetings until such time as the Larimer County Sheriff's Office has made a finding, and if it has, then the conclusion of the district attorney's office process, any appeals, or a recall or resignation. From my perspective, that motion puts the city in the safest possible position, still offers an opportunity for due process to occur, but allows the council to act on the information that it has right now. Similar to, for example, paid administrative leave. Councilmember Black can still participate to the extent that she currently is, but the council is sending a message that it does not condone the behavior that she has exhibited. So it is a balance of those two things.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I guess I just need one more point of clarification. So if Councilmember Black does not resign, but Larimer County completes their investigation, I mean, and recall won't happen in that amount of time, so we'll revisit it then when the Larimer County sheriffs complete their investigation. Okay.
That's fair.
Okay.
And if I may, I would recommend that if the conclusion of the investigation results in criminal charges, that the council wait until those charges have been through the district attorney's office and through any appeals that would arise, to ensure that the council is making a decision that respects the due process in that space.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait until such time to restore her, or what?
Right. Until such time as the council will perhaps revisit, I think revisit the suspension or the requested suspension.
Okay.
Makes sense.
That's what I needed. Thank you.
Councilor Sampson.
Well, thank you for bringing up, because that's why I said no, because not just completion, but completion and upon any charges or whatever after the fact, should it apply. So I was going to mention that, but we got it. Why can't we just pick new liaisons for those boards? I mean, we can't stop her from attending, but then she would no longer be the liaison. And we could say that's not due process and all that, but really, we are not entitled, like, boards and commissions actually have nothing to do with our position. We do them, but that's not our job. It's part of what we do, but it's not our job. So can't we just pick new, and I guess maybe this is for you, city attorney, can we not just choose new temporary liaisons?
Councilmember Sampson, I believe you are correct.
Okay.
This is one of those scenarios where the law here is very murky. There is not a very clear answer. That's why, in order to have a full-throated conversation, I would prefer an executive session. I have articulated the most conservative route possible. I think the route that you're talking about, Councilmember Sampson, while may not be conservative, is certainly, there's no rule that says you can't.
Right.
Put it that way.
And there really wouldn't be legal recourse because she's not due that. So we don't need due process, right?
So, yeah, Councilmember Sampson, the argument there, without saying too much, is that Councilmember Black does not have a property interest or a liberty interest in her boards and commissions.
Right.
And generally, from a legal perspective, it's one of those two things that you would litigate about that would entitle you to due process.
Right.
Either your property's being taken away or your liberty is being hampered in some manner. If those two things don't exist, arguably you're not entitled to any due process.
Right.
However, my recommendation remains that it be a request and that you allow for some due process, because it's just a good practice.
I appreciate your recommendation. This will not be the first time that I do not accept our city attorney's recommendation.
Quite all right.
But I would ask that we could, what's that? Oh, I thought you said something. I would ask that we could maybe modify, that people would entertain, or I can amend. What's that?
I'd like to respond to that.
Oh, okay, so let me finish my thought, and then the mayor.
Councilor Sampson has the floor.
So I would ask that we could entertain an amendment and/or just completely changing the motion. And perhaps this is something that needs to be put to the next regular meeting, or even if the mayor would be willing to do a special meeting where we could then choose new liaisons for those positions. Because I don't think now is the right time to do that, because it's a little bit on the fly. But I am not going to amend the motion. I'll wait to hear from the original motion maker, motioneer.
Councilor McFall.
I just had a point of clarification. City Attorney, if we go this route and we do the suspension and stuff, nothing stops us from going into the executive session later, getting some advice from you and coming back and amending what we're doing if there's advice up there that we've received.
That is correct, Councilor Fall, particularly if you were to adopt the conservative option that I had articulated,
Okay.
where it is a request from the body for her not to attend boards and commission meetings.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Counselor
Okay, in
Olson.
response to Councilor Sampson, rather than us go through and make reappointments at this point, I feel that we're making the request to her. If she's compliant, that's what we want. If she's not, then we can look at having an executive session, discussing it more, and then go through possible reappointment of liaisons. So I think this is something we can do immediately. The conservative approach, as our attorney mentioned, it starts the process. It again sends a message.
So I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay, Counselor Sampson.
I would amend the motion that's on the table to state, it might change the intent of the motion altogether, so this may not be allowed, but that Counselor Black would be suspended and a temporary liaison would be placed on her current board and commission until such time that the investigation is completed and/or charges are
We already have an alternate. All of them have alternates.
But your motion doesn't state that the alternate then would become the temporary full-time
Don't
liaison.
have to.
And what my motion is requesting is that this eliminates the access for Counselor Black to her boards and commissions and to the staff liaisons. That is what my request is. If that's not something everyone else is comfortable with, that's okay, we can have a conversation, but that's my motion, and I'm looking for a second.
Counselor McFall, your light was on next, but, Counselor.
Second.
I will,
Thank you, Dana.
I will acquiesce.
Counselor
Thank you,
Light
Counselor Boyd.
Kovach.
But we don't have, did we get a second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Dana got me.
I would prefer Counselor Olson's process where, we're requesting she doesn't attend. There's alternates that, if you're the alternate to one of Counselor Black's board or commission that you attend, and then I would like to have that executive session before we go appointing other boards and commission members. That's just my personal preference.
No, that's fair.
Counselor Mallow.
Thank you. We were that close. That close.
Sorry.
I like the conservative approach. I'd like to stick with Councilor Olson's suggestion and move on to the third and last one. Thank you.
All right, Counselor McFall.
Yeah, I actually like the conservative approach as well. I just want to, again, I like clarifying stuff. So, City Attorney, we make the recommendation with the we can make this recommendation here without making a change, with the understanding as a board that we've asked Counselor Black not to attend. The alternate can assume, since Counselor Black is going to follow this, because we have to assume she's going to follow our request and go that way, that they show up for that board and commission. If Counselor Black shows up, then it's a different story. My suggestion would be the alternate walk away, let the board know up here that Counselor Black showed up, and then we take a look at a different way of doing this. Would that be appropriate?
Councilor McFall, that's totally acceptable. And so that would fall in line with my recommendation.
Perfect.
So,
Well,
I see lights on, so this
Yeah,
is
well,
on the
and,
amendment,
I would-
Counselor Sampson's
I'm
amendment.
not sure if I'm agreeing with which one, but with what you said, that we also pursue the executive session to get the more information, I would like that.
I don't think that's part of Counselor Sampson's
I
amendment.
know, that's,
Okay, so
speaking
we're,
to like
we're,
COVID.
No, that's just a direction.
we're discussing the amendment.
may I?
Please go
Okay.
ahead.
So I'll leave you with this then, since I know we're ready to vote here soon, and I probably am going to lose this one. But my concern about this that I don't like is that if Counselor Black, if she does, which I will say I believe she will, but if she does show up at her boards and commissions, and we have not removed her or used the language to remove her and replace her, or even to just say alternates now have become the primary on her boards, it is within her right to continue on as liaison, and not to be, there would be no one else, like you said, Councilor McFall, someone, they just step aside. I don't like that. So that's why I made the motion. I feel like we're leaving things undone. I feel like we're leaving things open. My concern is What if there's a citizen on the board who is nervous about standing up to, something that Councilor Black says? This is the whole reason we passed the motion that we passed at the very beginning of the meeting, in my opinion. So this,
Quiet, please.
this really negates what we were saying at the beginning, in my opinion. That's all I'm going to say. I won't say anything else until we vote.
On the amendment, do you have anything other on the amendment?
No, I mean, the wording that our attorneys suggested is what I would propose as the wording for this.
So you just have to vote on my amendment.
What we have is Counselor Sampson's amendment.
You
So
don't
that's
wanna
what the
withdraw it?
discussion is on.
Nope, I want you to vote.
Counselor McFall on the amendment.
It's on the amendment, but it's a question again.
Okay?
Is it within the boards and commissions' authority that if Counselor Black, after being requested not to be there, if the chair of the board just ends the meeting at that time and doesn't even hold it?
That's not fair to the
I don't
chair.
want to do that.
I'm just asking a question.
Councilor McFall, I'll put it this way. My view is that the chairperson, consistent with Robert's Rules of Order, which has been adopted as a guide, but only if, in the Boards and Commissions Handbook, only if there is disagreement amongst the board members. If they decide to adjourn for that reason or for any reason, that is the purview of the chair. It need not be articulated why they have chosen to adjourn. They just may adjourn. So I guess I'm saying in so many words, the power to adjourn resides with the chair. And if that chair decides to adjourn because of Councilmember Black's attendance, I suppose they may do so, consistent with the Boards and Commissions Handbook. However, I'd want to have a conversation with that board chairperson to really understand their thinking, and we'd want to advise our boards and commissions ahead of time, because fundamentally, if the council moves forward with my recommendation, it is simply a request. It's not a mandate, it's not an order. Because once again, if I remind the council, there's no charter provision or no ordinance provision that would allow the council to enforce an obligation for Councilmember Black not to show up. Perhaps not to show up in the capacity of a council liaison, that's a different question, but not to show up altogether, that's a little bit different.
I'm not talking about altogether, I'm talking about as a council liaison.
Oh, okay. So as a council liaison, I think the board chairperson has the right to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Mallow.
Thank you for the recognition.
Recognition.
You got a new word?
Wow. That's
I'd like to call the vote.
You
How's
trying to
that,
get
how's
points
that
on
for you?
Scrabble, huh?
Call
the vote for
the
her
question.
Okay. I
Is
won't
there
say
any
anything else.
objection?
No.
Okay.
Let's not vote on the recall.
amendment.
This is
The
on
one
the
that will go down.
amendment.
Sorry,
Roll
guys.
call on the amendment, please.
Sampson,
Yes.
McFall,
Take that. Come on, it's not that hard.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Swanty,
No.
Foley,
No.
Marsh,
No.
Light Kovach,
No.
Mallow,
No.
Olson.
No.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 2 yes to 6 no.
The motion to amend fails, so we're back to the main, all right? And discussion on the main motion. Okay. I will just say that, again, it's punitive without a due process. It's, and you may feel justified in this occasion, but you're setting a precedent for future. Roll call, please, on the main.
Point of clarification.
Oh, yes?
Is the main motion as amended by the suggestion of the city attorney?
Not
Yeah.
at this
Yes.
point.
Well, yeah, the conservative.
The
yes.
conservative, yes.
The conservative view,
I
yes.
guess that's a way to frame it.
Yes, and if it would be helpful, I could articulate that just so the
Yeah,
council.
that would probably be helpful.
My pleasure. So my recommendation is as follows, that the council request Councilmember Black to refrain from attending any of her boards and commission meetings, that alternates, to the extent that they exist on a board or commission, may attend, and that's it. And, and until such time as the Larimer County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion on their investigation, and/or if charges are filed, the District Attorney's Office has completed its prosecution, or there's been a disposition in the case, all the way through the Court of Appeals, or Councilmember Black resigns, or Councilmember Black is recalled by the registered electors of Ward 3.
That's it. Yep.
Okay.
Did
Any
you get that, Steve?
discussion by council?
Don't ask me to repeat it, though.
Any discussion by council?
Just final thing for the city attorney. City attorney, if we vote for this, we're voting to say we're requesting Council Black not show up as a council liaison. If she shows up as a council liaison, the boards and commissions, the chairs have the authority, if they feel there is a problem or if they feel whatever it is that it is, to basically just adjourn the meeting at that time.
That is correct, Councilor McFall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Marsh.
No.
Light Kovach.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Mallow.
Yes.
Thank
Madam Mayor, the vote is 7 yes to 1 no.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes. Is there anything else on this item? I don't.
There is one last piece
Okay,
to that. That council vote to suspend the censor proceedings proposed by Councilor Olson.
Okay,
Second.
a motion to suspend the censure proceedings. Any?
Well, my question is that necessarily, since all that was, the motion, if we go back and look at it, I think what was approved is that they bring forward a process for censure, not the actual censure.
I think
So,
that's correct. It was to have.
would it not be worthwhile hearing what the process is?
It's a waste, in my opinion, it's a waste of staff's time, and we have other things we need to do. And clearly, we're understanding that the censor process is cumbersome. It doesn't really lend itself other than a slap on the wrist. And we have just proven that we can we can go through other means, but then taking disciplinary actions to achieve a similar result.
I see lots of lights on.
Just wait and vote.
Okay, so Councilor Mallow, did you have?
Yeah, a question for, if we use the word suspend, that just means temporarily stop. I just had to look it up. Is the intent here to stop it or to suspend it? And I guess I'm asking Councilor Foley that, since it's his motion.
Well,
What you're
in
talking about, the
light
current-
of everything,
what-
I always want to keep
number 3?
everything on the table if it's there. But at this point, let's go ahead and suspend it because it's fruitless. So let's go ahead and suspend it. Should we need it, we can reactivate it at that point.
City.
I heard the word suspend in somebody's motion.
Item 3, right?
Yeah, third one.
City Attorney, do you feel this would have value to the City Council to have a presentation on this?
Madam Mayor, from my perspective, I think I can provide a study session to the council to talk about what the censure process would look like under Robert's rules, which fundamentally is the disciplinary procedures that Madam Mayor, you articulated earlier from Robert's rules, and then maybe some alternatives from what other jurisdictions do. I guess I would bifurcate the two, that being, I'm happy to do a study session on what that process looks like. The question I would have is that in preparation for a censure proceeding for Councilmember Black? It sounds like the thrust of this motion is to remove that latter half, so we're not going to move forward on a censure process for Councilmember Black related to the original harassment complaint that the council has discussed previously, but rather I would still keep on the calendar or within my work duties to come back to the council and talk about how the censure process works under Robert's rules and other jurisdictions that do it differently than Robert's rules.
To me, that still has value.
And so, yeah, I would tend to agree, Madam Mayor, that does, that at least the first part has value.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I agree. The first part has value.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you want to keep your request that we remove that, Councilor Foley?
I'm okay with a study session at a later time. It's off the topic. The topic that Councilor Olson had brought in was specifically related to what those procedures would be in relation to censoring Councilmember Black.
I don't think that's correct.
That was how I had taken it. So I'm okay with withdrawing my original motion and just making a motion that we suspend any potential of censoring Councilmember Black, and that we have a study session on what the censor processes and procedures are.
And once again,
So can we just say without objection, we modify this, that it's a study session on the censure process and the alternatives to the censure process?
That's acceptable, Madam Mayor.
Is there any
I have
objection to that?
objection,
Oh, you
yes.
have
I do
objection?
have
Okay,
objection.
please state your.
I don't think we need to spend any more time, period, at least for the next, maybe until after the next election, hopefully, talking about disciplinary action and censure and all this stuff. Let's just be done with this. And then if we have to address something, we'll address something. But I don't think we need the study session. We could probably get a white paper, something like that. And then let's just get going with the city business is where I'm at.
My thought with that whole thing was the city attorney has on multiple occasions sent us emails on what that proceedings would look like in a rough, very rough outline. And at the end of the day, it's our job to be in a almost like a quasi-judicial aspect. So it's going to get served up should it ever be needed anyhow. So that's kind of why I wanted to just kill that whole thing.
Okay, I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, so this, without objection, modify it to just be kind of an educational, what the process is and what alternatives are. Okay, great. Okay, that concludes that item?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend to complete all items on our agenda to include the item taken off the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to extend the meeting indefinitely to complete all items on the agenda, and we have a second. Is there any discussion by council?
No, nothing other than I will not be physically present that whole time.
Okay, your light is on, Councilor Light Kovach.
I'm just cranky about staying late again, but mostly I'm just waiting to vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, roll call, please.
McFall.
Yes.
Black, Marsh.
Oh,
I guess
boy.
Black can vote on this. Black?
Black can vote on this.
Black can vote, yeah.
Okay, Council.
No. Marsh?
I don't know, quite honestly, because I don't know how long these are going to take. I wish it were based on items versus an indefinite time. So I'll be a no, because I don't know that I want to go indefinitely tonight.
Sampson.
Also no.
Like Kovach?
No.
Swanty.
No.
Olson.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Malo.
I'm going to vote no. I'd rather take it item by item.
Madam Mayor,
As
the
we go.
vote is
So
3 yes, to 6 no votes.
All right, the motion to extend indefinitely fails, so let's get going on item 8.1, and we'll see where we get on that item, and then we can go item by item. All right, I want to thank everybody for hanging in there with us on that last item. We move on to 8.1 from Development Services. Presenter is Hugh Bell, quasi judicial, Great Western Second Edition Annexation and Zoning, first reading and public hearing. There are 3 motions on this item. There will only be 1 public comment, and that will be after the initial presentation. Councilor Olson, I need the first motion, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can go away.
I'm just going to get a chocolate.
Okay.
Okay. A motion to adopt Resolution R25-2025 concerning the annexation to the City of Loveland, Colorado, of a certain area designated as the Great Western Second Edition, more particularly described herein, and setting forth findings of fact and conclusions based thereon as required by the Colorado Constitution and by state statute.
Second from Councilor Sampson. Welcome, Bob. Thank you for hanging in there with us late this evening. I know you were expecting to go much earlier, so thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor Marsh and councilors. Again, Bob Paulson with Development Services. Hugh Bell, who is planned to give this presentation this evening, would have been his first time before City Council. He became ill yesterday and is unable to make it. But I am certainly looking forward to this. And I'm going to be quick. I have spoken with the applicant. I understand the time issue that you have here this evening. And this is a fairly straightforward annexation if you've looked at your packet. And I'm going to skip through some of the presentation materials and get to the heart of the matter. Again, this is an annexation and request for...
Can I please have quiet in chambers? You're welcome to go out into the lobby and continue, but we really do need it quiet in here. Thank you.
Request for annexation and zoning of a property that is known as the Great Western Addition. On the screen, you can see the property that's illustrated in green. It's a very narrow sliver property. Just to give you an orientation, it's just to the east of Monroe Avenue, essentially north of the Police and Courts building, and very close to the sugar factory to the east. The property is less than a quarter acre. A little less than a quarter acre. It's part of an abandoned railroad spur. Again, the proposed zoning is I, developing industrial. With this annexation, there are 3 motions, as typical: a resolution to annex, as well as an ordinance to bring the property into the city to fulfill annexation, and then thirdly, an ordinance to zone the property I industrial and incorporate that into the city's code. Here's a more interesting look at the property, and I think that this will help clarify why I'm considering this a fairly straightforward matter with the City Council. And I'm going down to the 4th bullet on your screen. The property is owned by an applicant that owns 3 adjacent parcels. This property essentially allows for those parcels to be contiguous and would eventually be replatted prior to development and essentially fulfill or facilitate development of the property. At this point, you can readily see that the property that is unannexed is essentially encumbering any type of action, development action with the adjacent properties that is owned by the applicant. With every annexation and any action to rezone property or develop property that comes before the council, we always look to the comprehensive plan. This complies with comprehensive plan policies. This is noted in your packet. Certainly, the Planning Commission felt that this was in alignment with the comprehensive plan. also consistent with the applicable criteria in the Unified Development Code. That material, again, is in your packet. I don't think I need to go through it. But our recommendation, essentially, for approval and annexation and the zoning is consistent with the city's applicable policy documents. One too far. Neighborhood outreach was part of this effort. There was a neighborhood meeting. There were no attendees other than the applicant's team and city planning representatives. I think that evidences the lack of controversy with this property. Secondly, the Planning Commission, as I mentioned, reviewed this property and their request and supported unanimously both the annexation and zoning proposal. The property at this junction, or the recommendation from planning staff, is that this be approved with 3 conditions. And those conditions are specified in the annexation agreement that is in your packet. They're relatively straightforward conditions. One being that because this property is undersized for an industrial zoned property, that it must be replatted to comply with zoning code size minimums before development. So there's a condition regarding that. Secondly, there's a condition specifying that there needs to be dedication of right-of-way prior to development. And thirdly, that development must comply with the city's street plan as well as Lucas provisions, Larimer County urban area street standards. So we believe from a planning perspective and development review team perspective that this property qualifies. It is certainly, in our view, consistent with city policies for annexation and zoning and will fit and allow the applicant to complete a group of properties and allow for future development of the site. You just need to understand also, and I probably didn't emphasize this enough, that the railway spurs are abandoned, and so this has no association with the railway in that vicinity, won't have impact on it. The property, I believe, was purchased from the Home Depot, which is a nearby business. So I would, at this point, conclude my remarks unless you have questions, and be ready to invite the applicant up.
Oh, maybe she didn't hear me. Adriana, do we have any public comment on this item?
Is she awake?
I don't know. Maybe she left with everybody else. Adriana, do we have any public comment?
Cute, Madam Mayor, sorry.
That's okay.
My apologies.
Is there anyone out there waiting to comment on item 8.1?
Yes. Users, if you would like to speak to this item, please choose the raise your hand feature or press star 9 if you're joining by phone. Madam Mayor, I do not see any raised hands.
Thank you, Adriana. We'll close public comment. Council comment, Councilor Olson.
Yeah, thank you. Bob, could you help me? Go back to the slide that has those parcels together. Yeah, now, the conditions you had, tell me what that means on that slide. You know, the road, the right away, what does that mean to that? I mean, it's kind of an odd parcel to begin with.
And Councilor Olson, I believe these are just conditions that would ensure that the applicant gain access to these parcels and connect with roadways based on city street standards as well as Larimer County street standards. So that I believe the connection would be to 11th Street. We're not certain how this will develop, but it not specifically relates to this property, but as those properties as a whole when they are developed. So we're expecting.
Are they going to have to subdivide them in some fashion? Are they going to have to subdivide them in some fashion?
I think they are going to have to go through a subdivision property to combine them.
Okay.
That's really their interest here, and that, I think, looking at the slide, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
The applicant can go into that further if you're interested.
All right, any other questions or comments from council? All right. I'm watching Councilor Foley because he had his hand up earlier. All right, roll call, please, on the first motion.
Mallow.
Yes.
Kovach.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 9.
Thank you. The motion passes. If we could have the second motion, please.
A motion to approve on first reading, ordinance number 6763, approving the annexation of certain territory to the city of Loveland, Colorado, to be known and designated as Great Western Second Edition to the city of Loveland.
Second.
Any discussion from council? Roll call, please.
Marsh.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Kovach.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Mallow.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 9 yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Our third and final motion, please.
A motion to approve on first reading, ordinance number 6764, amending section 18.02.02.03 of the Loveland Municipal Code, the same relating to zoning regulations for the Great Western Second Edition to the city of Loveland.
Second.
All right. Any discussion from council? Okay. Roll call, please.
Foley.
Yes.
Mallow.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Kovach.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 9.
Thank you. The motion passes. We move on to item 8.2, the Northern Colorado Regional Airport. Presenter will be John Kinney, Lori Wilson. I have Molly Elder here, but I don't. There you are, Molly. You were hiding. Resolution of support for effort to create an airport authority for governance of Northern Colorado Regional Airport. Again, there will be 2 motions on this item, but there will only be 1 public comment after the presentation. Councilor
Madam
Wilson.
Mayor.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to extend through this item with the option to extend once again.
All right, so I think it's adequate just to say we will extend for this item, and then if there's another motion to the next.
I want the option to have another motion to
Okay,
extend for
I
the
think,
next one.
okay, that's fine that you leave it in there, but I think you have it anyway. So is there a second on the motion to extend with the
Second.
option? Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please.
My apologies. Who was the second, Madam Mayor?
Me.
Councilor Light Kovach,
I had to do my hands.
Thank you.
roll call, please.
Swanty.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Kovach.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Mallow.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 9 yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. If we could now have the first motion on item 8.2, please.
A motion to adopt resolution R-26, 2025, directing staff to move forward forward on efforts required for the formation of an airport authority and for the preparation of intergovernmental agreement and other documents and formal actions necessary to assign and transfer the airport authority, the management and the operation of the Northern Colorado Regional Airport, and extending the Joint Airport Governance Committee for continued review and recommendations.
Second. Ooh, rock, paper, scissors.
All right, go ahead, take it away, please. John, Lori, Molly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us here this evening. This will be, should be very brief on our presentation side. This is a follow-up from the presentation and the study session we had back on February 11th regarding the recommendation of the Governance Committee to move towards an airport authority for the Northern Colorado Regional Airport. We have the proposed resolution before you this evening that provides support to go ahead with all of the necessary steps to bring an airport authority to fruition. It does not create the airport authority. There will be further action, including an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Fort Collins that we would bring back to you potentially by the end of the year because it will take some time to negotiate. This resolution just kind of sets this project in motion. That's kind of the brief overview, and Molly and John and I are here to answer any questions if there are any.
So that's the totality of the presentation. Okay, all right.
No, it'll be
open
quick.
up public comment on this item. Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to give public comment on this item? All right, Adriana, are you with us? If you have any.
Yes, ma'am. Users, if you would like to speak to this item, please choose the raise your hand feature or press star 9 if joining by phone. Madam Mayor, I do not see any raised hands.
All right, we'll close public comment.
Yes. If Fort Collins were amenable and they would transfer ownership to Loveland, which would be best? To have Loveland own it or have the airport authority?
I mean, that's a difficult question. At this point, just factually speaking, the airport isn't within the jurisdiction of Loveland, and Loveland provides many of the services to the airport, so it most likely would be a very easy transition. That's just kind of from a factual perspective. I don't, if John or Molly.
And I'm kind of looking for the operational, the growth, the opportunities that the city might be involved in trying to promote the airport and become a regional hub. What do you think, John?
Mayor Marsh and members of the City Council, if you become an airport authority, the pattern out there is you become very nimble, very business-like. You're responding more to and creating business opportunities, whereas if you keep it under the local municipality jurisdiction, it probably has more outcomes that are influenced by politics as opposed to bottom line business decisions.
Okay. So, thank you for that.
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I appreciate your efforts tonight being here and also the efforts that have gotten us to this point and your future efforts. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Councilor Foley, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions in terms of working with the FAA and the government entities. Is it easier to do it as a single entity from the city or as an authority?
As an airport authority, you would probably have a quicker turnaround time for decision making for last minute grants that present themselves, which happen fairly often in terms of maybe one every other year.
What about as an enterprise, very similar to how Pulse works within the city? within the city purview. And one of the reasons why I'm saying this is going through all of that extra step to create an authority seems like a lot of additional measures that may need to be taken to get to that point. When if Fort Collins was, to Councilor Olson's point, was to say, hey, we're good with getting out of this. They have very little that they put into it as it is, along with some of the conversations that we've had in recent months. So that being said, I'm trying to understand, has that been looked at as well? As can this be set up as its own enterprise, very similar to the way golf works, or some of our other enterprises that actually have a voting board from that standpoint, that are still within the purview of the city from that standpoint. And then our citizens as a whole still have an elected representative that has to answer to the services being provided.
Councilmember Foley, thank you. My understanding is that, if the city of Loveland were to solely own the airport, it could create the airport as an enterprise. There is some complication currently based on the co-ownership with Fort Collins in trying to create an enterprise. So I don't know if that quite answers your question, but it would be a possibility if it was solely owned by Loveland.
Yeah, you answered my question, is that if we get Fort Collins, to Councilor Olson's point, if we get Fort Collins essentially out of the way, and then the last piece that I have is, if Fort Collins wasn't amenable to basically getting out of the airport business, is there a viable option of eminent domain?
Councilmember Foley, I'll go ahead and take that one. I think the eminent domain or condemnation question would create a number of legal risks that we should discuss exclusively in an executive session. I appreciate the question, though. We're happy to, if the council would like to entertain that potential option on behalf of the city, I'd be happy to schedule an executive session and have that conversation.
So to simplify that question is it a viable option?
It is a plausible option, Councilmember Foley, I'll say that much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from council? Councilor McFall, here you go, another clarifying.
Don't we already own the land?
Councilmember McFall, my understanding is we're not the outright owners of the airport. We are co-owners. There's case law out there where municipalities have used the power of eminent domain against other municipalities. That does exist. But like I said, that is certainly a conversation we must have in executive session. I don't really feel comfortable going any farther than that.
All right, Councilor Lightkovich, did you have, Councilor Olson, did you have any other questions?
Sorry I started all this, John. I thought it'd be a simple question.
Could we have roll call on the first motion, please?
Black.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Swanty.
Yes.
Marsh.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Malo.
Yes.
Lightkovich.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Foley.
No.
Ooh, messed me up there. Madam Mayor, the vote is 8 yes to 1 no.
All right, the motion passes. If we could have the second and final motion on this item, please.
Motion to appoint, select a member to the Airports Governance Committee.
Second.
Any discussion? So I would suggest that our city manager, Jim Thompson, be the second.
I would second that nomination.
Anybody?
Yeah, agree with that.
Okay.
Do you accept the
Yeah,
nomination?
do you accept the nomination?
Vince, don't do it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. City Attorney, just leaned over and says it has to be a council member.
Oh, it
Otherwise, I would be
does.
happy to serve in that capacity, but it does need to be a council member.
Okay.
On the governance board, as a member of the airport, board as it
Okay.
is, but not the governance.
Interesting, didn't know that. It was Counselor Crenning and myself before. I don't think we have any meetings scheduled, as far as I know.
There's no meetings scheduled. The plan was to do some check-ins throughout the
Okay.
process with the
Okay.
committee to get feedback.
So
Would
who
there be
wants to
just-
get to know the
there's-
council?
No, absolutely not. Why? You're going to be off in 6 months.
What?
Let's appoint a member that's going to for certain be here.
Madam Mayor, how many members are, you're currently
Well,
on there,
4.
so we just need another one?
So
John, me, Foley, and Pat.
It's a governance
Well, the mayor's
committee,
gonna be
so
on in
you,
6 months, too. I
so
know.
you have, like, the mayor of Fort Collins is on there,
Well, I
and I'm
just
trying
meant
to
how many.
remember.
She's on the
I meant how
airport
many
board.
members from, because you and Crenning were on it before.
Yes.
So now the Crenning, so we have only one open seat?
John or Lori, could you run
Just one
down the
open?
list of the members? I know it's, Mayor
Oh,
Arndt.
I didn't need to know. I
Oh.
just was wondering for us how many seats we had open. If
Just
there's
the one from
because you're
Crenning.
still on.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
still on.
I will volunteer, but if there's other people interested, that's all right too.
Counselor
Second.
McFall was self,
Thank you, Dana.
Counselor McFall kind of self-nominated.
You you would like to do it? No, if you would like to do it, it's all right. I probably
No,
have
you
too many
do it,
meetings
Andrea. You're going to
anyway.
be around for 3 more years.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I can take over when this guy's gone.
Lori, my memory is
There's a learning curve.
my memory is
Are you
our
sure?
meetings are kind of in the middle of the day, and they're at the Platte River Power Authority building. So could you remind me what day of the week and what time?
Oh, yeah,
I
that'd
think
be good
it's
to
in
know.
the afternoon.
Historically, I think they've been kind of all over the board, but I do remember them being on, I think, Thursdays in the afternoon.
Yeah, so
Afternoon
anybody
being-
considering,
Free all Thursdays in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's actually,
McFall's got
that's a
some.
good idea. Maybe I should withdraw my self-nomination because Thursdays are busy days at my house.
I'll withdraw my second then.
Thank you. Thank you for your
And
support.
nominate Counselor McFall.
Second.
okay, I think we can do this. Are there any objections
Yes,
to
I
council?
object.
Okay, you object. Okay, what would you like, Counselor Olson?
I would like a person that's going to be around for a while. There's a learning curve. And for somebody that, you
Guaranteed
don't know
to
what
be
he's going
around
to
for a
do. Yeah, that's right, guaranteed to be around for a while.
Okay.
So-
Would it be possible to have an alternate? That if I couldn't make it, then Councilor
I
McFall
don't
could?
think that's, I don't think that's part of the
Can't we make our own
governance
rules?
committee.
No?
It's not like our board. It's a joint city, it's almost like a regional board. We don't set the rules ourselves.
Oh, so what time, when you said Thursday afternoons, what does afternoon mean?
And we're truly not married to that schedule. That was just
Okay.
historically what had happened. So I think we could certainly, work, because there are only 4 members. I think it's a little bit easier to work around.
Okay.
There's a
Would it be
lot
all
of
right?
staff and others
Okay.
involved.
Okay, so I self-nominate again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're
So do I
back
have
to
another second?
Counselor Sampson. Are there any objections?
Made the
to-
Corman's life easier.
Are there any objections to Counselor Sampson being the second representative? Okay, Counselor Olson, is that
I'm good.
okay by
Yep,
you?
I'm good with it.
Okay.
There's just 2 people.
All right, then without objection, the second person from the city of Loveland will be Counselor Sampson. Okay?
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
I think we're done with that, then I don't think we
Okay.
need to vote. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for staying up late with us. Our next item is 8.3 from the city manager's office. Presenters are Bob Paulson and Carrie Burchett. Well, first of all, let me get a temperature from council. This would need an extension. But how are councilors feeling about going late?
Yes, please. Please.
I would say if we do this, I would like to do 4.2 off of the consent agenda. I don't believe that's going to take that long.
I don't think it will either.
Y'all got a promise,
Yeah,
because
I-
we've said that before, and then I've been here
It
till
was,
3 a.m.
I will start out by saying that the two nominees that were selected.
We're
for
not
the
on
planning
that
commission-
item yet.
That's the one I'm asking to keep. I'm giving them a reason to stay. We're unanimously
Yep.
selected.
Yeah, there's more to it than that, but okay.
I would support moving 4.2 up.
And doing 4.2 now?
Yeah.
I don't think will we get to the last item then, 8.2, we have people,
Well, after we're done with after we're done, could we
So-
have the opportunity
I-
to extend?
you know, I
And I'll
think
make my
we,
case to extend.
well, we have people in front of us for 8.3 currently.
Well, one of the people in front of us would be here for 4.2 as
Okay.
well.
Well, I think that, yes, the city manager.
Madam Mayor and members of council, if I may, on the next item, it's really of whether or not you wish staff to go back and spend time on it. We've done the scorecard, that's in front of you. It's not action on the item this evening in the sense of approval of that item. You have the scorecard of what we need to do to bring it together and come it back and finalize it, make the changes to the specific sections of the code and everything else. But originally, we had a rule of 4. The rule of 4 brought us to this, where we have the scorecard in front of you. Do you want staff to put time forward to it and then come back with the final? We can get this done fairly quickly this evening on that issue, and then we'll bring it back, and I don't suspect it'll be a great amount of time. And I think it's pretty well spelled out what the rule of 4 issues before us this evening.
Actually, I was going to make a motion to go for a vote on the issue, so I think it will take more time. And I would like to have it addressed tonight because I think it's very important and it is time sensitive. I'm talking about 8.3. And by the same token, I think 4.2 can get done fairly quickly. And then we can,
Folks, we got 2
I'll
minutes
make my
left.
case.
Either we extend or we don't.
We need a motion to extend. and
Make a
right-
motion to extend. to
Well, right
4.2.
now, we have a motion and a second to move the 4.2 ahead of
I
this
withdraw my
item.
motion. I withdraw my second.
Okay, I don't know who made the motion, but, okay.
Did you make the motion, Pat?
No, you did.
We're down to 1 minute.
4.2?
Yeah, you wanted to move 4.2 up.
I'll withdraw it so we can extend to, okay, can we extend to do 4.2?
Only 4.2,
Well, I'll address that after we do 4.2.
okay?
Second.
There's a motion and extend, well, we got to vote. I mean, we're out of time. Any comments on it? Any questions on extending for 4.2?
We better
Well, we
vote.
just extend for both and get it.
Oh my God, if we don't take a vote, guys, we gotta
Well, then somebody
adjourn.
has to withdraw that. If you
Can
want
we,
to
no, can
extend
we
for
do
both.
roll, can we just do roll
More than
call?
happy to extend for both of them.
Get the vote
Can we just
done.
do roll call?
Get the
And then
vote
we'll
in, or
just do
we're
the
going
next
to
one.
close down in about 10 seconds.
Can we extend for both, please?
Somebody-
Okay,
Motion
without
I mo-
objection.
Well,
mo-
somebody
move that
needs
we
to
extend
pull
for
the
both.
prior motion and,
I pull it.
okay.
And I'll
Okay.
second Steve's.
Okay, so okay, now we have a
Without
motion
objection.
to extend to finish both items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's our second?
Me.
Roll call.
Sampson.
Yes.
Light Kovach.
No.
Swanty.
No.
Olson.
Yes.
Marsh.
No.
Foley.
Yes.
McFall.
Yes.
Black.
No.
Mallow.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the
I
vote is
believe
5.
it takes a supermajority to extend. Is that right? Is it a simple?
Madam Mayor, a simple majority is all that's
Okay, thank you
required.
for that clarification. All right, the motion passed 5-4. Thank you, the motion
With
passes.
seconds to spare.
Okay, so we're doing 4.2 from the city clerk's office. Ashley McDonald is a presenter. Member appointments to the city boards and commissions. And so, Counselor Swanty, you weren't here when this originally came up. We have board and commission recruitments twice a year. We have fall recruitments and we have spring recruitments. We had a fall recruitment, and on December 17th, there was a very long list of appointees to be approved by City Council. I think there were approximately 30 or more people to be approved. It was on December 17th. It got polled and delayed, I think, at least 1 or 2 meetings. And there, because by the time that it was heard, Councilor Crenning was no longer on council. So the original process was, well, you're probably familiar with the process. You have the chair, the council liaison, and the staff liaison. Because one of the people that were applying was the current chair, the vice chair was the interview process, as it was on several other boards. So at any rate, when it came back to council, Councilor Crenning was no longer on. It died. The appointments of Sarah McKean and Lena Thompson died because of a 4-4 split. Councilor Light Kovach, Councilor Mallow, Councilor myself, and Councilor Black voted to approve those 2 individuals, and it failed because it ended up being a 4-4 tie. Since that time, they have started the process over, and so we need a motion from Councilor Olson on the first proposed appointee.
Okay. Excuse me, a motion to appoint Christopher Say to the Planning Commission with a term dated April 2nd, 2025 to December 31st, 2027.
Second.
All right, and I move to amend that to be a motion to appoint Sarah McKean to the Planning Commission for a term dated April 2nd, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. I say that without anything personal against either person, but we had a process that was followed. We had 2 individuals that were recommended to be approved, Sarah McKean being a repeat and Lena Thompson being new. There is the spring recruitment started today. For the next month, people can apply for any vacancies, and I would welcome the 2 individuals, Christopher Say and Barry Long, to apply for the spring recruitment process. But my motion is to amend with Christopher Say and appoint Sarah McKean.
I second.
Second from Councilor
Discussion?
Yes, I'm looking at Councilor Light Kovach. See, her light is on.
I thought I had mine on first.
I saw, so you guys, if you feel like,
So, the initial interview that went down, there was confusion about who should be sitting in there. The Boards and Commission handbooks call for the chair, the staff liaison, and the council liaison to sit in on those interviews. Not all 3 of them sat on those interviews because the current chair, Lori Gobel, was also a candidate for the position that she was trying for. Because of that confusion, when it came up for a vote, it was voted down. It was voted down twice. In 2 separate occasions when it came before this board, it was voted down. It failed. It failed. It failed because it was a 4-4 tie. So it was voted down, period. The decision was made to re-interview. The interviews occurred following the full process that was there. Neither Lori Gobel nor Sarah McKean reapplied for the position at all. Actually, I take that back. Sarah McKean did not apply for the position. Lori Gobel did, and then Lori came in, sat into the interview for the first moment, and withdrew herself from nomination of that. The interview committee, which consisted of Bob Paulson, the city staff, the chair of the Planning Commission, and myself, voted unanimously for both of the folks that are up for Planning Commission today, out of everybody that was there. And to be completely transparent with everybody, I was the last person to vote for that. So the chair and Bob decided on who the folks were that were there, and I happened to agree with them. It was a unanimous vote. Why we're even having this discussion, I don't know.
Lightkovich.
Thank you. That was going to be my question. So we know Sarah McKean didn't even reapply. What about, I'm so sorry, I forget her name.
Lena Thompson.
She did not reapply. Neither replied. Okay. So maybe city attorney, this is a question for you. Can we appoint people that didn't apply?
She did apply
I mean, they
in
did
the
apply
fall. This is-
previously, but in this round.
Councilmember Light-Kovach, that's a really good question. I appreciate the opportunity to answer it. I'd say it with brevity. It takes two to tango. I mean, if Ms. McKean is willing to accept the appointment, it's up to the council. Now, I would say that the Boards and Commissions handbook that prescribes a very detailed process for filling a vacancy is there for a reason. Right. So the council making an appointment sort of outside of that process, although this had sort of a tortured history behind it, the council needs to weigh that. Did you follow the process in the Boards and Commissions handbook? That's the council's, that the council is responsible for how board and commission members are selected, and that is the method that you have chosen that they be selected. However, they are your boards and commissions, and if the council would like to select somebody who didn't even apply, assuming that they are willing to accept the appointment, the council could do so.
I guess the final thing I'll say is that I'm feeling a bit of frustration because we also had controversy with the PCAB boards and commissions, but those people made it in, but the planning commission people didn't. And so it feels unfair to say that it was the whimsy of council in that instance. It was the whimsy of council that decided who got to be on PCAB and who didn't, and who got to be on planning commission and who didn't. And I have always maintained and been consistent in my vote that if the handbook was followed, then council should just leave those appointments alone. Mm-hmm. And so I'm frustrated that Sarah McKean and Lena were not accepted the first time around, because there was a council liaison, there was the chair, and there was the staff liaison. And in the PCAB's instance, we didn't have a representative of council on those interviews. Not the alternate, not the actual liaison. So I'm just frustrated that we're in this position. I'll let the rest of you discuss, because I really don't know how I'm going to vote on this.
I don't know. I'm not sure who is next. Councilor Sampson. I'm not sure who is next.
It might have been Councilor Olson.
Okay, Councilor Olson.
Okay, well, I guess I'm frustrated because this is the third time we're revisiting that. The process was, we had a vote. Some of you felt that the process was okay, although it was somewhat tarnished, just as PCAB was. In retrospect, I wish I had been more attentive and hadn't voted yes on PCAB. That was a failure on my part. Then we probably wouldn't be having this discussion, because both of them are flawed. And I still believe that the Planning Commission was flawed. So that's why I voted it. It failed. So to repeatedly bring this back, I think I'm not even sure that's legal. To keep revisiting an issue. I mean, if we pass a statute or an ordinance, we can't change it for a year. If we undo it, we can't change that for a year. So for us to keep revisiting a vote, I think is just wrong. We went through the process, and this time it was followed. There is no question about it. The handbook was followed. We selected 2 applicants that did apply. I think we ought to follow the process and put these folks on the Planning Commission.
Councilor.
I just am curious, if you appoint McKean or Lena and then they say no thank you, then what happens? You have to do the whole interview process all over, people reapply, or can you?
I would think these 2 would come back.
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Swanty, I think your hypothetical, if that were to occur, the city would bring back, or the city manager would bring back the two names that you have before you now, because they did go through the process. I guess my recommendation is fundamentally, if we know that Ms. McKean is willing to accept the nomination, I just don't know if we know that fact. Like I said, it takes two to tango here. We can, she can certainly reject the appointment. She's, not forced to do so. That would be helpful information, I think, for the council to make an informed decision. But that fundamentally, it's up to the council here.
Thank you. Counselor Sampson, I think you're next.
Well, this is completely, totally bizarre and hypocritical. We just had a vote about Counselor Black, and the reason, Mayor, that you couldn't support it was because she didn't get due process, and now we're just going to willy-nilly go and appoint anybody, which is not our process. That's just not our process. We cannot pick and choose when we're going to follow process. I said in the past, I didn't support the votes or the appointments because they didn't follow process. I will maintain that today. This is not following process. We did the process. Let's just appoint Garth Brooks and Mariah Carey. Let's just do that. Maybe they'll accept the nomination. Maybe they'll just accept it. We can't, Mayor, you can't. This is crazy. You can't do this. So I'm voting no.
Thank you. Counselor Foley.
Thank you. What this really boils down to is the fact that every single person that has come up in front of us, they actually did get their time in front of council, and council either voted them in or voted them out. And the two candidates on the planning commission, they did come up for a vote. The difference with the PCAB is they, in fact, were voted in. But as I recall, one of the big deciding factors of why they got voted in with the perceived not following the handbook was because they were actually vetted out and essentially cured by the council liaison that was then allowed to look at that and actually agreed with who that was. And that was a big testament right there, that while it may not have been followed to the letter, it essentially was cured from the PCAP aspect. And those members were, in fact, officially voted in by city council. And in this case, our handbook was adopted by the city council. And for us to take that out, in my opinion, to go against what our adopted policies and procedures is not appropriate, because those were voted in by council. And so we need to stick with that procedure. Put it up, each one of them, now that the item has been pulled, each one of them is going to come up individually and bring it to a vote. Either they're in or they're out. Council doesn't have to accept either one of them. And then they're back to the drawing board. But everyone that has went through this process, which in fact they have this time, deserves an up or down vote. And so for that, I'm going to say, let's rock and roll. Let's put the first name up, vote on it, put the second name up, vote on it. Let's get this done.
Thank you. And the night that the council did approve board members, cultural services, the interview process was the vice chair, because the chair was opting to be reappointed. It's a process the city has followed forever, that if the chair is interviewing to be reappointed, the vice chair. And with the Visual Arts Commission in a previous nomination, you actually had both the chair and the vice chair asking to be reappointed, and so they selected another member of the board. So process was followed. What wasn't followed is that we didn't approve them, that it was polled. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Point of clarification.
You can have your point of clarification when I'm done speaking. I'll give you that time. What wasn't followed is, I've been on council over 7 years now. We have always, when we get a recommendation from the interview process, it's on a consent agenda and we approve it. Have I always agreed with some of the people being appointed? No. But I trusted the interview process, that they did the interviews, and I followed their recommendation. This is the first time in my being on council that we polled, and they approved one member. If you remember, Greg Lopez was approved. We didn't approve the two women. So what's crazy? What's crazy is we didn't follow the process and honor the interviews that were held from the fall recruitment process. We're now into the spring. We are talking about the fall appointments. That's what we're talking about. The interviews were held, recommendations were given, and for reasons I don't know, we didn't follow the process. So, all right.
Okay,
Counselor,
Point of
Counselor Foley has a clarification request.
So my point of clarification is what is in front of us today are two people that have in fact went through the current process and to the letter of the handbook. That is the item that is in front of us today. Am I correct with that?
Except the motion before us is to amend and replace with Sarah McKean on the first motion.
Was the process that is in front of us today, was that process followed?
I mean, I'm going to have to turn it over to you. I mean, it wasn't the normal process.
So Madam Mayor, I would say this much. My understanding, this most immediate process involving Mr. Say and, my apologies, Ms. Long, there was the council liaison, the board chairperson, the staff liaison, and a member from my office as a non-voting member that participated in the interviews to the letter of the handbook. I'll say that much. The last time around, it was not to the letter of the handbook. However, as I suggested at that time, council has exercised its discretion and ratified a technically defective process when the chair is running for another term and then cannot participate in their own interview process. So I guess I'd say all that to say the prior process, while maybe technically incorrect, was historically consistent. The current process with Mr. Say and Ms. Long was to the letter of the handbook and also consistent with our process. So I'll say that much.
All right, thank you, Councilor McFall.
And I appreciate you saying that, City Attorney, because that's where I was going to go. The biggest aspect of it is there was a flaw in the process. There wasn't a specific of who takes the place of what. It was unspoken. It may have been followed, but it was unspoken. And that has since been rectified by this council with amendment to the handbook. And that was a process that this interview aspect followed, period. And I believe that the council, the staff liaison did reach out to both Ms. Swanty and the other to see if they were interested in coming back. So it wasn't, I was going to, oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. McKean. Ms. McKean, my apologies. It's there. But an attempt was made to reach out to them, to get them to apply for the position and to be there. They made a conscious decision not to apply, period. And if we sit down and go back on this, and it goes to what Councilor Foley said earlier, processes are important of what we do, and being consistent in our processes is there. And if we find that one's broken, then you fix the damn thing and you stay consistent with the way it goes. That's all we've done. It was a 3-0 vote.
Councilor Sampson.
Thank you. Yes, I think predictability is the word I was thinking of, that this would deter potential board members, volunteers, if all of a sudden the rug gets ripped out from underneath them. So we acknowledged that we didn't follow the process, we rectified that, then we followed the process. Now there's an amendment on the table to not follow the process. I literally, it's bananas. I cannot wrap my head around it. Mayor, I don't know. I'm sorry about Sarah McKean. She doesn't want to do this. She didn't get appointed. It was the wrong process. Sorry about Sarah. But nope, we can't not follow a process after we follow the process, because that's why we stopped doing the process to begin with.
Counselor Olson.
Thank you. I want to try to do this delicately. Mayor, I have to be a little suspicious. You've made 2 efforts to undo a vote. Now it's like you have a member of council elected that's was supported by you, and it appears that you're doing this again because you think you might have the votes to get your way. And I'm sorry, I'm hard not to be able to be suspicious of that. We've said no twice, and we've selected new members. And for you to make this 3rd attempt, at an end round, I just think is not kosher.
All right, thank you. And if you want to talk about deterring somebody, it's having them follow the process that we have been following for years, have them recommended, have it pulled off the consent agenda, and then a 4-4 vote. And if you don't think Sarah McKean wants to be on the commission, then you're not remembering her standing before us, pleading at that podium to appoint her. And what was that, a month ago? Well after this. And why would she reapply after the way she was treated by this council? You want to talk about deterring somebody? That's deterring. And the same with Lena Thompson. They followed the process. They did everything they were supposed to. They were recommended using the system that we've used over and over again for years. And somebody pulled it, and then it was a 4-4 vote. That is not a decisive vote. We now have an odd number of council members.
You do.
We can get a definitive vote up or down. We weren't able to do that before.
So why,
this
when
is on the amendment.
when we have just an even number of members, maybe we
It
shouldn't
was
vote then, huh?
4-4. I mean, it
That's
wasn't definitive.
But that's the rules, Mayor. That's the way it works.
And so now we
Yeah.
have an odd number, and
Yeah.
I'm asking
Well,
that we
I
get
know
a
you're-
definitive vote.
Yeah, so my
Yeah.
suspicions are confirmed.
I
One more
concur
thing
with
to say.
Madam Mayor.
I got one more
Okay.
thing to say, and that, well, it is probably true that council may have not undone a recommended appointment while you're on. It did happen before you got on council, because it happened to me.
I'm not, okay. All right, Counselor Black, are you wanting to be recognized?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I agree with that last statement that we, as a council, did not honor those 2 applicants. And now you're asking us to honor these 2 applicants. Why were the 2 females passed over? Why was the male in that process approved? Let's just put that on the table. I'm completely confused on why that was split. So if you guys can answer that question for me, I think it would clear some things up.
Yeah. Counselor Light-Kovach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I noticed that too, and
Yeah, nobody wants to answer that. I see that.
If my memory serves, and then Counselor Olson, you jump in if I'm presenting this incorrectly. If my memory serves, that you had accidentally voted yes for the male and no for the 2 ladies, but it was because things were moving in a weird fashion, and I'm not sure if you were online that night. I know I was, and it was hard to keep up with who we were approving and what we were voting for. It was moving fast. So I think that's what happened. Is that a correct recollection?
Yeah, I screwed up, and I couldn't undo it.
Right, and then
I screwed up and couldn't undo it.
Yeah. And so where I'm struggling now, I wish both ladies would have reapplied, because this would make it so much easier for me. But the fact that neither lady reapplied, and we could appoint them and they might say no, and then we're back here. And just because what we did, and I agree with you, Mayor, what we did with them was wrong. That was the incorrect move to deny them. But now we have 2 new applicants who went through the process and are approved. And so if we don't approve them, it feels like there's just 2 wrongs coming. So that's just my struggle. That's my perspective. And Councilor Black, I hope that answers the question, because I was also confused on that earlier. Thank you.
Councilor Mallow, followed by Councilor Foley.
Yeah, this is getting crazy long here. We have a spring, what's it called? Appointment process,
Well,
spring
yeah.
recruitment process. If these 2 ladies, they just happen to be ladies, want to reapply for the spring, then they can. And they may not. They haven't indicated one way or another that I know of. So for Christopher and Barry, we just go ahead, or I'll vote for them, and then strongly suggest if the other 2 want to reapply, they can.
Councilor Foley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to, on several of the comments, gender has nothing to do with this. Can you do the job or can you not do the job? And that was one of the reasons why my biggest question is how is a brand new person more qualified based on our handbooks and everything else than someone that was the actual current chair in that as well? If you want to throw gender in there, she was a female as well. Gender has nothing to do with this whole aspect. I look at the current processes. We took efforts to correct some of the issues as well. And then with Sarah McKean, she now knows the process and chose not to reapply. Instead, thinking, being buddy-buddy with the mayor, that the mayor's just going to appoint, and then
Point of order.
what we have to do is
Point of
get
order.
the appointment of a city
Hold on,
council.
Councilor Foley. Councilor Black, state your point of order.
Madam Mayor, point of order. Councilor Foley, did you really just say that because they're buddies that was any
That's
part
not
of
a point
this
of order.
process at all?
I think
that's out of order and.
No, it's not. It's my opinion.
No, it's not. And here's the thing. Then maybe
I said it. It's my opinion.
Then maybe we apologize as a council to the 2 women who were not honored. Maybe then they would feel comfortable reapplying.
Okay, I believe, Councilor Black, if I can reframe your point of order, is that your point of order is that Councilor Foley is making assumptions that I have a friendship with Sarah McKean, and your point is well taken. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And so please give your opinions, but don't state facts that are not in record and that you don't have any knowledge of.
You took it out of context. The context is that if you are buddy-buddy with any particular counselor or member of
Councilor
council,
Foley, you're repeating your same, you're repeating, Councilor Foley, you are repeating the problem with your comments. You don't know whether I have a friendship.
I'm talking
Okay.
about the
Order.
process.
Okay, Councilor Foley, I'm going to ask that you not refer to something that you don't know about. Please just go ahead with your comments.
I am not referring that it actually happens. I'm talking about the perception. That if I am friends with anyone on council,
Councilor Foley,
I don't
we
need to go
can,
through
if
the
you want to
process.
have a conversation, off record, I do not want to take time up. What's your, what is a friend? I've never had coffee with Sarah. I've never
Point
had
of order,
lunch
point of
with
order, Mayor,
Sarah.
Mayor.
So, at
Point of
any
order.
rate,
Please stop.
okay, state your point of order.
My point of order is that we are completely off topic.
Yep. Yes, I agree.
And Councilor Foley should be allowed to complete his time, his comment.
Yes.
Your point was made that you didn't like what he inferred, and
No,
no one
it's
challenged
not.
it.
No,
It is time to move on.
Robert's
No, it
rules
is time to move on. You need to rule on my
Excuse
point of
me,
order. You need to rule on my
Robert,
point. No, you need to
I
rule
am
on my point of
ruling-
order.
Your point of order is not well
Okay.
taken. You do not tell, part of Robert's rules is you do not try to tell a fellow counselor, fellow board member, what they're thinking, what their motivation is. You are implying my motivation is out
Madam
of
Mayor, your
friendship.
point's well taken, and I'll
So
rephrase
please,
this
just
in a
make
different
your
way.
comments without
I will
including me in your
rephrase this in a
assumptions.
different way.
Thank you.
The process that has been put up tonight by appointing instead of following the procedure gives the impression that you don't need to follow the handbook, that whoever decides to just nominate you and go around that is setting the wrong precedent. That is what I've been trying to say, except the blabbering of Counselor Black and point of orders and everything else to try to derail this. We can stay here till 3 a.m. if we want. I'm prepared for that. Now, going back to what I was saying, Sarah McKean did not follow the process. She knew what the process was, and she did not follow it. Sarah McKean has also demonstrated that she really doesn't want to be on Planning Commission. She has higher ambitions of higher political office as well. That was another factor that came into this.
Point of
Is
order,
that
how
she
is
had
that
ran
relevant?
for
Point of
other
order.
councils.
State your point of order.
How is that relevant
Well,
speaking that way about a long-term dedicated volunteer?
Yeah, again,
That's not
you
even
know.
relevant to
It's
this
relevant in the way
conversation,
I
Counselor
voted
Foley.
because the demonstration was she was on the board and chose to take that higher step. That tells you you're willing.
She's
to
owed an
remove
apology
for
by this
yourself
Okay,
from that board.
Counselor Foley, can you please wrap up so we can get a vote on the amendment and we can get moving?
If I can get wrapped up if I quit getting point of order.
Okay.
You got another point of order, Councilor Black? Are you sure?
Let's not antagonize one another, please.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other lights on. Roll call on the amendment to replace Christopher Say with Sarah McKean.
Olson,
No.
Marsh,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
McFall,
No.
Black,
Yes.
Malo,
No.
Sampson,
No.
Mike Kovach,
No.
Swanty.
No.
All right, the motion to amend fails, so we're back to the main motion. Is there any discussion? I will just say it is nothing personal. I believe that the process that happened in December was the proper process, and I think it was corrupted. So I will be voting no on both of these appointments for that reason. Roll call, please, on the main motion, which is to appoint Christopher Say to the Planning Commission.
McFall,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Swanty,
Yes.
Malo,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Black,
No.
Marsh,
No.
Mike Kovach,
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 7 yes to 2 no.
Point of
Thank you. The
clarification, if I
motion
can, Madam Mayor.
passes.
Were we supposed to have public comment on this before we voted?
On board and commissions, we really don't.
Madam Mayor, no. It's
Yeah.
no
Yeah,
public
just
comment.
kind of council, yeah. All right, if we could have the second motion,
Motion to
please.
appoint Barry Long to the Planning Commission with the term dated April 2nd, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. Second?
Second.
Second.
Second, and discussion by council,
Second
questions?
someone.
Any discussions, council? Okay, and for the same reasons, I will be voting no on this one. Roll call, please.
Marsh,
No.
Black,
No.
Swanty,
Yes.
McFall,
Yes.
Foley,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Malo,
Yes.
Mike Kovach.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 7 yes to 2 no.
Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you. We move on to 8.3, the City Manager's Office. Presenters Bob Polson and Carrie Burchett. Rule of 4 request to bring back for City Council discussion, deliberation, and possible revisions to the Unified Development Code governing shelters within the City of Loveland. And this would be, do we need to read this motion, a motion that will provide direction to city staff I don't know that we would read that at this point.
No, I don't think
I don't think so. So this is basically, is there a presentation?
I do have a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll take this one on the road if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
See y'all on Tuesday again.
Okay, but I'm city manager, city attorney. What's your direction on this? Because I think we would normally have to have a vote of 5 or more to direct you to spend any time or money on this, correct?
That is correct, Madam Mayor, and that's what we're before you this evening to see if you wish us to do that. Keep in mind that this would require ordinance. It would also require to go to Planning Commission. It's a land use concern, so if you wish us to move forward, that's the direction we would go. We can give a short presentation or answer any questions the council may have associated with this, and then if council has a motion for us to move forward, we'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
So I think part of what Counselor, I think something you indicated, he's planning a motion tonight, but we can't do that because an ordinance would take a public notice and whatnot. So tonight is purely, do we ask the city manager to move forward?
Well, go ahead. I mean,
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Olson, it would depend upon what the motion is, but if the motion is to amend the code, for example, that does require an ordinance, requires publication, as the city manager had mentioned, we have to go to the Planning Commission, so there's a normal process that is followed to amend the code. If the motion is something administrative in nature, perhaps we could do it, but it would do so. I'll put it this way: depends on what the nature of the motion is. However, if it's changing our code, we have to go through the normal land use approval
can I
process.
read it and then you can decide?
Sure.
Okay. I move to direct the city manager and the city attorney to develop an ordinance to follow the standard code amendment process, amending the Unified Development Code Section 18.02.03.06 to remove homeless shelter from being permitted in the B zone, and thus said use only is eligible in the I zone or PUD. I further move that the UDC be amended requiring any homeless shelter be prohibited from the entry-exit corridors of the city to include U.S. Highway 34, State Highway 402, I think that should be, U.S. Highway 287, and Taft Avenue. I further move that the UDC further limits the placement of homeless shelters to only those locations that are at least 1,000 feet away from the city's right-of-way on the aforementioned entry and exit corridors and at least 1,000 feet away from residential structures.
All right, city attorney, city manager, I'll ask you to weigh in.
I'll weigh in just very briefly, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Olson.
Hang on, we're not there yet.
I would construe that motion as fundamentally direction, right? Would be direction to city staff to develop that ordinance, to go to the Planning Commission, and then to come back to the City Council with an ordinance that looks and meets the motion that was just provided.
All right, thank you, and I think Councilor Foley was the second.
Thank you.
All right, so, and this one will need to go to the, so we will open up public comment on this item. Is there anyone who wishes?
Do the presentation first?
Oh, do you have a presentation? I assumed you didn't because it was, I mean, maybe it is. I just assumed it was going forward.
It's very short.
Okay.
Yeah. We can go through this quickly, Mayor Marsh.
The scorecard is what we have
And
in
we
our
would just rather
packet.
rely on questions if you have them.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
we-
it's a scorecard.
Carrie can go through a quick presentation.
Okay.
Good evening, Carrie Burchett with Strategic Planning. Yeah, I can do a very quick presentation. I only need maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Just joking. Just joking.
That was good, Carrie.
Almost April 2nd.
Exactly. That was good, Carrie.
So generally what we're here tonight is due to the fact that we have this Rule of 4 request from Counselor Olson, and that would add some locational criteria. It'll add some buffers and some zoning restrictions to our homeless shelter. So we prepared the the scorecard for the Rule of 4, and we've identified that we clarified that with Counselor Olson to be a couple maps, but it sounds like map 2 would be kind of it's on the table right now, which would be that 1,000-foot radius around the residential, around some of the major arterial roads, and then to restrict that from the business zone, so it would only be in the industrial zone. So this is the map currently that I used under the homeless shelter code amendment previously. This is a map that shows and identifies properties that are zoned industrial, which is shown in the purple, and those that are zoned business, which is shown in kind of the salmon color. And so, as you know, I mean, zoning maps are not static. You know, you can certainly rezone property. You can come in with a plan unit development, but this would represent conventionally zoned property in those two land use categories. And so generally, you know, when you look at the corridors that's under question, 287, 402, 34, and Taft, those are some of the corridors that you see a lot of the business zone districts on it. Those zone districts, a lot of them are pretty shallow. And so really restricting it along the corridors would really restrict that business zone in itself. Some of the land use areas that I think we've looked at that would identify where probably a 1,000-foot radius would hit, that would meet the corridor, that would meet the residential. It really ends up primarily being in a couple areas of the city where a shelter would be located. So this is very conceptual. I want to say this because our GIS folks needed about 4 weeks to put together the maps. But just when Bob and I looked at it ourselves, the two areas, or could be potentially 3 areas that would be available, would be, one would be in the Longview Midway area. Oh, this pointer.
It works some way.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay, so probably back in this area in here. This is the Longview Midway area. So on 287, here's the Walmart use, and there's just some industrial buildings. So that would probably be one area that would fit the criteria. The other area would be around the airport. So those are primarily the 2 spots. There may be something along Crossroads. We do have some industrial areas in here, but we also have a school. So depending upon the radius, that would primarily be the locations that would go. But we certainly could come back with maps. There may be some other areas that would kind of meet the separation criteria, but generally it would be predominantly those 2 areas. I also would like to clarify that what we're talking about tonight is the homeless shelter category. So that category is a homeless shelter when it's a principal land use. So kind of like the PUD that was brought before council was a principal land use, meaning that was the intended use of the building. I mean, we do have a couple other shelter categories in our code, and that is not considered the homeless shelter that we're talking about. The first one is protective care. That's a youth shelter. That's something that is also in our code, as well as a community-based shelter. So I just wanted to really clarify that. A community-based shelter, that's a shelter that's an accessory use to generally like a religious organization, like a church. So it's something that a church could open a shelter as part of their mission, and that is protected under federal law. So what we're talking about tonight as the homeless shelter category is that is the principal use there, and that would be the one that have the limitations on for the industrial and the business zone. So that really concludes the presentation. If we're given the direction, we'll certainly put together the maps, and we'll put together the code amendment in alignment with that, and we will kind of do the outreach efforts and take it to Planning Commission and then to City Council.
Thank you. So now we'll open up public comment. Is there any public comment on this item from anyone in chambers?
Kathy Bullard, Ward 2. I appreciate getting any homeless shelter away from a lot of congestion, et cetera. The industrial thing is concerns me because I'm not sure, especially with the property around the airport, about bus transportation, which is essential for people who are in a shelter. Also, although it makes sense for there to be transportation, but also if it's in the airport area, wouldn't that be a problem for noise and whatever it is? Anyway, and for the other one, it looks like it's basically on 287, and my understanding of the Loveland Resource Center is it is on 287, so what you're saying if you adopt this is that that shelter absolutely is gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there additional public comment from inside chambers? All right, Adriana, are you with us? Do we have any phone-in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Users, if you would like to speak to this item, please choose the raise your hand feature or press star 9 if joining by phone. User by the name Geraldine, please accept this request to become a panelist. Geraldine, you may unmute and begin your public comment. Geraldine, you may unmute and begin your public comment. Madam Mayor, would you like me to move to the next person?
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, it took a while for the proper button to be
Give
accessed.
us your name and city of
Yes.
residence, please.
Yes, well, I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
This is Geraldine Jerome, and I've lived in Loveland since 2010. I'm currently in Ward 2, and I must say I've been extremely disappointed in the responses of my two council persons. But I submitted some written comments about this topic. It looks like it has mutated since I originally sent in the comments, but I'm very concerned about the restrictive nature of this rule of 4 request. And just as I suspected, it sends a message that Loveland or whomever is putting this, Ms. Councilperson Olson, who's putting this forward, does not want a shelter anywhere that anyone can see it. That sends a very discriminatory and negative message to all of our city. And if you are saying that with these restrictions, the only real area that could be used is the area near the airport, I'm incredulous. I can barely believe that that's what's being recommended. I can hardly believe that the council persons would allow such intense restrictions for a much needed service for our community. There's so much misinformation about the people that use the homeless shelter and that use the resource center located on Lincoln. I've been volunteering at the resource center since September. I'm a retired physician, and I've worked with persons that are unhoused, homeless, or whatever word you want to choose my entire career. And if people do not interact with those who are using these services, and I suspect none of you have, or perhaps maybe a very small percentage have, you will not know the nature of the needs that these people have, and imposing the restriction of only allowing a shelter by the airport is basically ridiculous. The walkability of that area, very dangerous. Most people would be walking to the shelter. They may not have money for the bus. If your answer to that is, oh, well, they can take the bus. They likely don't have money for the bus, at least not regularly. And I know that area because I retired from the VA clinic, and it's not even walkable up to the VA clinic. And it's just appalling. I strongly request that those on the council reconsider the restrictive nature of all of these requests. Perhaps there can be some requests of where a shelter could eventually be placed. We don't even have a brick and mortar shelter. But the nature of this rule of 4 is way too restrictive and would basically.
Geraldine,
Yes.
your time is up, but I do
Okay,
appreciate you commenting.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Adriana, do we have additional public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A user by the name Chuck Hubbard, please accept this request to become a panelist. Mr. Hubbard, you may unmute and begin your public comment.
Good evening, Chuck Hubbard, Ward 2. Last week, I made a brief presentation to you about a working paper done by Bruce Meyer, Angela Wise, which said an unusual number of unhoused people value work and do work, are willing to work. I helped develop a shelter in Garland, Texas. I also helped care for it. Second night we were open, I did deep night. Got to be 4:45 in the morning, and the room started to move. Men were stirring to get up to work. Now, I don't remember how many, but it made an impression on me that these guys who were living along Duck Creek were willing to get up, had jobs, although they may not have been paid adequately. There are a couple of other things about that shelter that I want to emphasize. The unhoused population has higher rates of physical limitations, difficulty walking, vision, and hearing impairments than two major groups: impoverished people but housed, and then the general population of housed, as I said last week, that would be us. So we're talking about putting people out in the hinterland when they have difficulties with movement, at least some of them anyway. They really need access to public transportation. A shelter should be very close to a major bus route, Route 1 or 2, with Colt. Sheltered, unhoused people have cognitive limitations at a rate twice that of impoverished but housed people, and 5.5 times that of the housed population, according to the study that I mentioned last week. I don't know how much time I've got, but if you and I have an IQ of over 100 and we're fairly intact mentally and emotionally, we can get along. And those of us who have really strong IQs have a difficult time understanding what it's like for people on the left side of that 100-point line. I mean, why make it more difficult for them? They need to be on a bus route, and we don't need to isolate them from the residential population. Our question should always be, how can we best help these people? I totally concur with the previous two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Adriana, do we have additional phone-in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. User by the name Patrice Markey, please accept this request to become a panelist. Patrice, you may begin your public comment.
Is Patrice with us?
Yeah.
Patrice, are you here with us?
Yeah.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, it's getting late. I didn't know what button to push. Okay, so my name is Patrice Marquis, and I've been a resident of Loveland for almost 50 years. I have worked in the behavioral health area and also as an advocate here locally and at the state, regional wise. I also have loved ones with mental illness and substance use disorder. And after hearing this presentation, I would support this as well. But I do know what comes with this population, especially with substance use disorders. I don't know if you had seen I've been involved before and I've sent you information. About 20 years ago, there was a park across from the mission, and it got dubbed Hobo Park. There were so many issues with people hanging out at the park and leaving drug paraphernalia. There was violent crime going on. So to have this ordinance where it cannot be by a park, I totally agree with that. I totally agree it's not appropriate to be around senior housing. Even the landings, which is for teens and young adults, they would be commingling with that population. I think that is really dangerous. And of course, having the kids at Autumn Lakes. But we're not talking of a specific place tonight. I'm saying I would support this, but I also care about people with mental illness, working in that capacity and having loved ones with those issues. Having a place at the airport, I think, is kind of out of line. I mean, just as the previous gentleman said about their cognitive abilities, some can't walk, some have physical disabilities. I think transportation would be an issue. But I do support Longview. I think Longview would be great. It's on 287. They could take a bus to wherever they needed to go for food assistance or that kind of thing. The other thing, I think of people who haven't worked with this population. There are many that do not want the help, they just want the shelter. And I guess that's okay. But really, the bottom line is we want to get these people help. And with the current situation of mental health here in Colorado, it's really hard to get people help, even if they want help. So there's not an access to medications at a reasonable time. Appointments are out for months. So we have to look into that too. What's going to make most sense if shelter is put into Loveland? Is it sustainable? We have also federal funding being cut for behavioral health. So there's a lot of things to think about. But for this ordinance, I would.
Patrice,
Okay,
your
thank you.
your time is up, but we appreciate you staying
Thank
with
you.
us and commenting. Thank you. Adriana, do we have additional phone in public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. User by the name Ben Nelson, please accept this request to become a panelist.
Good evening, Ben Nelson, Ward 1. We've we've been discussing this homeless shelter for so long. And I'm a little frustrated at this point because 3.5 months ago, you'd said to know where to put a homeless shelter, you needed a huge laundry list of information. But now, suddenly, 3.5 months go by, you haven't done your impact study, but somehow you now have the expertise to know, oh, we have to have 1,000 feet within these certain areas. Where does that come from? What is that being based off of? Are you using any scientific basis for that? Are you using any research to come up with those numbers to make an informed decision? Or is this just pulled out of the thin air? The second issue is you're deciding where not to put a homeless shelter. Are you building that? Or is it going to be someone else that is going to do that? Is someone going to want to go to the trouble to put it where you deem it a reasonable place to put? You may find that no one will want to come to Loveland to do a homeless shelter, but you still have homelessness. You still have unhoused people on the streets or by the creeks or on the paths. You still have those issues. So the issue that you should be handling is how people escape homelessness. Not where do you put a shelter, but how do you help these people get out of the issues that they're currently in that are preventing them from being in a house. If you are not asking that question, you are asking the wrong question. You can put it here, you can put it by the airport, but if that doesn't get people out of homelessness, you are not fixing the issues. So ask the correct question and quit drawing lines on a map and actually help people.
Thank you, Ben. Adriana, do we have additional phone and public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. User by the name Paul Barron, please accept this request to become a panelist. Mr. Barron, you may unmute and begin your public comment.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you so much. So, a little bit on my background. I was one of the founding members of the Loveland Emergency Shelter back when it was at Blue Sky Church. I don't even know when. Long story short, I think that this issue revolves around the idea of helping people, which I can't say that any person wouldn't want to do. And in the situation that I was in, working with people that were homeless, I had the experience of befriending lots of these people. And I'm going to tell you a story of two Eds. One Ed was in the homeless community was known as Crazy Ed. The other Ed was known as Drunk Ed. And Crazy Ed was called Crazy Ed by the people in the homeless community because he was schizophrenic. And Crazy Ed started working with Doug Ashbaugh, who was one of the leaders of the homeless shelter back in the day. And he started turning his life around because he started getting on meds. He started seeing a psychiatrist and he started getting help. And what I saw in this situation, the difference between the two Eds, was Drunk Ed knew that he had a problem. He had abandoned his family. He was a former accountant, and he was called Drunk Ed because he had a problem with alcohol, and he just did not want to give it up. He didn't care. Crazy Ed wanted to change his life, and he took the steps necessary to do that. And I think in this scenario, what we're not asking is, do people want to be helped? Because we cannot help people that do not want to be helped. And looking at the people that are homeless as just a one-size-fits-all solution is insulting, because there are people that are situationally homeless and they stand the best chance of getting help. The people that are dealing with issues such as mental health disorders like Crazy Ed that want to help themselves will get help. And so I think that we're not asking the right questions. When there is a group of people that do not want to live in society and they don't want to follow rules, there is no amount of help that you can force on them that they cannot, or that they just won't take it. So I think that we're asking the wrong questions. That is my point.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you commenting. Adriana, do we have additional phone and public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not see any more raised hands.
All right, thank you, Adriana. We'll close public comment. Carrie, Paul, do you remember, I mean, we recently passed this ordinance with 2 readings, 2 public hearings. Can you remind me when we did that? And was it unanimous?
It was 2023.
It was 2023?
23 that
Okay.
was passed.
Seems like more recently than that, we were talking about, where,
maybe
it was with the.
I was on council already, and I got on in November of 2023.
Maybe
not.
It's.
So Bob is saying July of last year. Wow, it feels like so long ago.
Yeah, because, I know we had, intensive discussions and comments from people. And was the vote on that unanimous? It seems to me it was. I think we all approved that, but.
I know I wasn't on the consent agenda for the second reading.
It wasn't on? Okay, so
Yeah,
at
it was
least one
definitely
person
was not
opposed it.
on.
Okay. It seems like we had pretty in-depth conversations, and we gave a lot of consideration to where we would and wouldn't be willing to place one. I think that's a fair assessment. Counselor, I just lost all my notes with all the lights on that I had. Okay, I think Counselor Olson, you were next.
Okay, thank you. Bob and Carrie, I didn't have the conversation with you, but I mentioned that an observation I had is that the business was adjacent to the main arteries. And in reality, we talk about having 4 corridors, but you look at the map and the one main corridor going east-west is 34. That's where the business is located. But so we say that we can have shelters on business. We've just opened up that whole corridor. And you go north-south, it's 287. That's where the business is predominantly located. So we're saying we're going to place a shelter along our major corridors. That's essentially what we're saying. And anytime I come into Loveland, I come up 287. And what's the first thing that greets me is homeless shelter. Homeless sitting on the street, generally both sides of the street. And so that's people's introduction to the city of Loveland. And there's a risk that what came up with First Christian Church is that now we're going to put a homeless population at the one main corridor, and both north-south traffic is going to see it both ways up there. So if you look at the industrial, and if we reduce. We don't know really the 1,000-foot what the impact is. We know a couple areas that are obvious, and it's not just the airport, but that could be tweaked. But those are not on the main corridors for the most part. They are on, for 4th Street, for instance, is a lot of it, and then they're not on that main corridor, 34. Or am I missing it?
No, you're correct.
Okay. And so I got a whole list of things. So, I I got a lot to talk about, and so I want to preface my comments first off with, I've been working this a long time. I got involved with Longmont and over a decade ago, and I worked with an organization called the In-Between. That organization had helped people get out of homelessness. They had a 24-month program. Generally, within 18 months, those people were self-sufficient. So when I started working on this, when I got at council here, that's my vision. Let's have a solution for getting people out of homeless. And that's, I've been consistent in that view. Now, I don't particularly want a shelter in Loveland, but I think that bridge was burned when council says, we're going to get people out of the, along the stream, and we're going to set up a shelter. We're going to take responsibility for it. We burnt the bridge then. Or burnt ships, maybe that's a better one. So as the frustration I've had as we move forward is there's no plan for getting people out of homelessness. Our plan is to house them and feed them, to give them stuff. That enables people. That doesn't get people out of homelessness. So I think we need a parcel somewhere. And an industrial place is a good place where we can have a space where people have a place to go other than when they're just sleeping. Because right now, we have there's a little bit of time that they can go into the resource center, but they can't take too many in there. So the rest of them sit outside in the street or wander around the city or go to the library or whatever. They don't have a place to go. And so you put them, let them sleep for, say, 8 hours. Well, you got 16 hours left in the day. What are they supposed to do with themselves? Well, that's wrong in my mind. We got to have a solution to it. So that's my frustration is we don't have a solution. The other thing, excuse me, we have a responsibility to property owners. And let's face it, homeless are not good neighbors. I'm speaking as a category. I'm not speaking as individuals, but they don't respect property. They use drugs, or if they use drugs, or just they just throw their trash anywhere. They don't respect people's property, and I'll have to come back.
All right, Councilor Lightkovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Olson. I know you've been working on this a long time, and I agree. We need a plan, and then we need to stick with the plan. And we had a plan, and then we deviated, and then the homelessness task force disbanded, and we didn't have a backup option to the church, and we needed the impact study, and then they pulled their application. So now we're scrambling for another plan. So I agree. We need to have a plan, and I started working with people who were experiencing homelessness back when I was at university. I was an intern actually for Colorado Legal Services in the Migrant Farm Worker Division, and I wasn't specifically working with homelessness. I was working with migrant farm workers, but many of them ended up homeless through a series of actions. I guess my concern with your motion here, and I understand that you're wanting to find a place where we're not going to cause public outcry, where we're not going to hurt property values, where we're not going to hurt business owners, right? Because we want to find a solution that's going to work for the majority of the community. But my concern with this is we are really limiting where we can put a homeless shelter. And so I don't think I can get behind this because it's just so, it looks like, and Carrie, that's what I found when I studied the map, and I'm not a GIS person, but it looks like there's just potentially 2 possible locations with your parameters, and I'm wondering if that's just boxing us in too much.
Well, I look at it and I see there's more. Sorry.
And I also know, like, when you drive by the LRC, it looks terrible, and people worry, well, if wherever we put the homeless shelter, it's going to look like that, with people wandering around outside and sitting outside and going to nearby businesses and things like that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Were you wanting to? Oh.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah. But it's my understanding that the homeless shelter that the city is seeking would be large enough and would have a fence and would have a campus so that folks, if they wanted to hang out outside, would still not be visible from the road. That the building itself would not be in the condition of the LRC, which is a very old building that was not designed to be a homeless shelter. So it's my understanding that if the homeless shelter were even to be on the main artery, when you drove by, you might not even know it, just like the one up in Fort Collins that's right next to Old Town and very nice restaurants and a shopping and walking area. I'm not saying that that's what we need to do here. I'm simply saying that I feel like what you've proposed maybe puts just too strict of parameters on us and boxes us in to just too few options. And then what if we can't find a viable option in those two small locations? Now we don't get a homeless shelter, and now we have to come back and revisit the UDC again. So I'm not in favor of this as it stands currently.
Thank you, and City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just want to remind the council, this item's a little bit different. It's a Rule of 4, and so really all staff's looking for is some good direction on how to proceed here. I think it's just kind of full throat. I mean, this is certainly really good debate, good information for the public and for staff, but I think it's really better placed when we bring the ordinance back to the council. We just want to know which direction we should go. So I wanted to help the council a little bit, kind of focus the conversation in terms of direction to city staff on what to bring back. So I certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I go back to how did we get here in the first place? And the way we got here in the first place was because we had to put an emergency ordinance in place at the time to deal with and help make our community safer and also address some of the issues that we were having pertaining to the homeless aspect. And we passed the emergency camping ban from that standpoint. That being said, we were under the Martin versus Boise, which kind of set that ball in motion that we decided to have an emergency shelter, which understand at that particular time, this was set up as a temporary shelter. And it's still a temporary shelter to this day. Now, that's where we all of a sudden came into this, in my opinion, with the frog in the pot of water. We did not, quote, have an application, but yet we were going to change our UDC to address a temporary issue at the particular time. We are under no obligation to provide a shelter from that standpoint, from the city's aspect. I also look at some of the stories that I've heard from people of how they like certain areas better than others. And partly because, like what you see now with 137 and the Resource Center, is I've heard citizens say, oh, it's like going to the zoo as they drive by. And I can't imagine that we have the empathy to think that that's all right. It's not all right. And so, one, the citizens are expressing that it's their displeasure, that it's unsightly to look at. And on the second hand, is it escalates when people drive by and they look at them and they stare at them and they make them feel more degraded than they already feel based on the actions of the general public. So by moving them off of the main corridors, I think is actually has a sense of empathy. I do agree with the caller that called in and said it needs to be up by Longview, and which is not in the city of Loveland. It's actually in the county, and maybe that's the better place for it. And then in terms of being near bus routes and everything like that, we can change a bus route overnight. That is not a big deal to change a bus route. We can give bus passes if it becomes a hindrance. And it in my opinion, there's too much emphasis on, oh, it's housing first, or it's this first, or it's that first. I'm going to tell you right here, right now, it is the onion first. It depends on what layer we need to peel back to allow them to become successful. And that's really asking and getting to the root causes and getting people out of where they're at, getting them in. I've always said that when people are ready to get out of that situation, there is an entire community out there that is willing and able to help walk that walk with them. But as the other caller had said, you can't make them. And there are some, and Councilor McFall and I, we're probably the only two that have actually went and walked the encampments when they were there and talked to the inhabitants of the encampments. And they wanted to be left alone. They want to be in their own little area. So to think about that area out by the airport is not a bad option from that standpoint. But then the other thing is I still want to push for a regional summit of our boards of commissioners and our city councils to come together and look for an overall solution, and that it comes from the top and stops coming from staff. Because I feel like with the way this current ordinance has been crafted, it felt like we knew that the church was coming, and the whole reason that the city jumped into this was to try to grease those skids so that it would be a nice, easy transition. When in fact, the UDC says this: if we're going to change our land use and our code, it has to be neutral or positive to the surrounding areas. And that is in writing in our UDC. And our business areas need to be coveted because that's what also generates sales tax, which generates general fund dollars.
Councilor McFall.
Well, Councilor Foley said a lot of the things I was going to say. I mean, you know, my biggest aspect of this, and I do look at it, I looked at the purple areas the last time we looked at the map, Carrie, and I think you guys did a really good job of it. And I agree. I think, you know, part of this is, you know, wherever one goes, we can put a bus route there. That's a simple thing for us. But I think this is, to me, a homeless shelter in and of itself is a regional issue. It's a county, state, and the region getting together. I mean, I'd like to see where the county just finds a piece of land and says this is where we want to put one, and have all the cities get together and try and help fund the damn thing out there itself. Looking at this does look extremely restricted, and I'm not. I think where I've got a problem on anything is just how we came up with the numbers. You know, if we just pulled them out of our hat, like Mr. Nelson said, then I think that's wrong. I think we need to look at that and figure out why we've got the numbers where they're at. I mean, there's more purple areas out there than just the airport in Longview, and you know, Longview's up in the Ward 1 area, and if that's where it goes, that's where it goes. It's there. But I do know this: I don't think we've run into one residential area in the city that wants one there, at all. So yeah, how do we solve this? I don't know. I just don't know if there's enough information on this, Steve, to go forward. I don't mind having staff look at this and figure out what we're going to do, but I think it needs to be regionally motivated. I don't think it has to be the city saying this is where we want to put a homeless shelter, this is where we want to build one, because we're not going to build one. We don't have the money for it, nor will we ever have the money for it. That's something that needs to be handled a different way.
Councilor Mallow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'll answer the mission here first, which is it's a rule of 4. Do we want you to bring it back or not? And what does it contain? What Steve mentioned before seemed long and involved to me. I don't think we're there yet. But first we got, I think, get a couple more maps with the buffer zones in it.
Yeah, that's what's asking for.
And then basically we can eyeball it again, 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet options. If you can do that, I think today's technology you can, and then we can eyeball it and see if our conclusion changes. Our conclusion right now is there's 2 areas, and that's all there is. And so that's kind of how I want to address the mission. But I want to go back to the early days of insurance, if I could. And this is a legal question. Back in the day, when I first started, you had big maps on the wall of insurance companies, and you had a little red line drawn around, and that's where you did not write insurance. If you did, you got fired. What we're doing now is kind of the opposite of that. We're finding where we can draw a line and put our homeless people there. Now, I don't know about the legalities of this, and I don't know if, honestly, I don't. This is out of the blue, but I don't think homeless people are, the unhoused are protected classes or a class of business. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But it just seems kind of rough to me to say, you can only go here. That seems kind of restricted for a town called Loveland. So I'm hoping there might be some other options that open up, but I don't know that until we add the buffers and are they called buffers or? They are called buffers, yeah. Okay, thank you. See, I'm learning. So that's kind of the direction I want to go today, and then we have a much bigger conversation once we get the maps that we want. So that's my thought.
Counselor Sampson?
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I don't want this to come back at all. And here's why. We had an application that was not a use by right. It was going to be a PUD. We had significant, citizen participation and perspective. I think if we gave any just zone that was basically a use by right, that we would have a really, really, really upset citizenry on our hands. We can cherry pick all we want, but the reality is there's going to be an issue with every single area that we would look to put this. Most importantly, every single box has to be checked, or we have to come up with individual plans for each little area that we would consider. And like Ben Nelson said in his public comment, we'd have to have someone even in the first place who would want to consider coming here. This is an extremely involved process. It's an extremely involved endeavor. I would rather staff spend their time working with our regional partners and come up with a regional solution than to spend their time figuring out buffers and all these other things, when in reality, the likelihood of us even getting a use by right building, to me, seems relatively low, given that the last project that we, had come before us, the only project we had come before us, needed to be a PUD anyway. So I think we could probably scrap this and even take it out of the UDC altogether for right now. I'm sure this is not popular, and I'm sure this is controversial that I'm saying this, but this is a case-by-case situation. We're not going to get 10 homeless shelters, just like we have, 10 coffee shops. It's not like that. I think we need to ensure that there's process for our citizens to be engaged. But most importantly, I think there is serious sentiment that's been expressed repeatedly by hundreds of people that we are looking for a regional solution. I don't think we're ready to talk about an area of the city where anything should go use by right until we've talked with our regional partners. So that's where I stand.
All right, thank you. So you're looking for feedback. I do not support this coming back. I don't support wasting any time on this. I think we did a thorough job when we wrote this not that long ago, less than a year ago. I'm comfortable with the code we currently have, and I think we'll be darn lucky if we ever attract a partner willing to help us in the future, given how everything went down. Councilor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor. Address a couple of things. First off, I don't know, Councilor Sampson, if you're aware, but if you look at the map that's on the screen, everything that's pink and purple is a use by right. So they can put a shelter there now. I'm saying let's take the pink out, basically,
Right.
and
Okay,
restrict
well, I
it
would
to.
support that. I'm just saying let's take the pink and purple out. So if we want to start with pink, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'll support that.
Well,
then. Yeah.
okay, and then Councilor Kovach, we didn't have a plan. I mean, I went back to the documents in December. What's there is the burn study, but that's not a plan. Let me read you the first page. What this plan does not provide: mission, vision, guiding principles. It does not provide a specific path to initiate actions to address homelessness. What it did is they went around to various cities and said, well, what might be working here? And they developed this collage of things that work in all cities, but one would work here and one would work there and so forth. It was a poor representation of a strategic plan. If you want a real plan, go to the Weld Way Home. That was a strategic plan for homelessness, and this what Burns put together took less than 3 months. Right? No. Well, how long did it take?
I would say 14.
Well, I don't agree with that because I was involved in it. Okay. Well, it didn't. Weld took 5 years. It took 10 years for Fort Collins. You don't do this overnight. I think that I want solutions for homeless. And I think if we do get involved and say, we will assist the community in developing a campus, a solution that will help people get out of homelessness, I think that's what we should be doing. And that's why I would like to have enough support for them to look at this. And I look at it and I see a whole lot of purple it doesn't have to be 1,000 feet from a road, it's just 1,000 feet from the major corridor. And that opens, to me, all the things on, 4th Street. And a whole lot out there to the east. There's some to the west out there. There's a lot of areas that I see that could be open. But they won't know that until they go through and do the maps. So I'm asking you, let them do the maps. I got a whole lot of stuff. A lot of it, and you hit the nail on the head. We got property owners we need to protect. Why is it, and somebody asked the question, why do the homeless get more rights than the property owners? Who's contributing the taxes? Who's a contributor to the community instead of a user, a taker from the community? This is and I've said it all along, this is a community issue that the community needs to solve. And the city is a part of that, but the city has no business running a homeless shelter. Governments do a terrible job in that regard because you need a faith-based, a nonprofit. They're going in there, they have a passion for it. They are in there to change hearts, to change lives. And governments don't do that. You look at so many systems out there that are just fraught with corruption and failure. Housing projects and welfare and a whole lot of other things. Well, I would say that the last 3 years have been a failure. We don't have data to measure it. So somebody could say, well, we think it's been a success. We don't have good statistics on it. I've asked for that. So I really would like support from council to say, let's take this next step and take a look at it. That's when we would vote on this. But, can't we take a look at protecting our community and building a solution for homelessness?
Carrie, it looked like you wanted to weigh in, would you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, under the current code, there in nowhere business or industrial is a homeless shelter or use by right.
Okay.
It does
Stand
require a public hearing, neighborhood meeting. So just wanted to clarify that.
And residential is not one of the.
And residential is
Yeah, I think
not
it was
allowed.
mentioned,
Yes.
residential. Okay, all right. I think we are ready to do a roll call on, basically, the question is, do you want this to become something that comes back? So it takes 5 people to take the rule of 4 to the next level. Do 5 people or more want to have staff spend resources, time, whatever, money, whatever, city attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I understand that Councilmember Olson still has his motion on the table.
Okay, so that's what you want us to vote on is the motion?
That'd be my
versus-
recommendation, because that has
Okay,
not, been-
all right.
hasn't been disposed of.
Okay, does everybody feel comfortable that they know what the motion
That
is?
was a
It was a
real
long,
Want me to read it again?
Could you repeat
okay,
No.
all right,
Pardon?
please.
said-
And I
Oh,
don't,
Anderson.
Counselor Black, did you have any questions or comments? We haven't heard from you. I didn't see you, so I'm not sure.
No, I'm opposed to this and we'll be voting no.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, go ahead and
Okay,
reread.
I move to direct city manager and city attorney to develop an ordinance to follow the standard code amendment process, amending the Unified Development Code, Section 18.02.03.06, to remove homeless shelter from being permitted in the B zone, and thus said use is only eligible for I zone or the PUD. I further move that the UDC be amended requiring that any homeless shelter be prohibited from an entry-exit corridors of the city to include U.S. Highway 34, State Highway 402, U.S. Highway 287, and Taft Avenue. I further move that the UDC further limits the placement of homeless shelters to only those locations that are at least 1,000 feet away from the city's right-of-way on the aforementioned entry and exit corridors of the city and at least 1,000 feet away from residential structures. Now, having said that, in the work thing, I had asked for two. I asked for a 500 and 1,000. And my understanding is you'd bring back both, right?
All right, roll call, please.
Olson.
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Black.
No.
McFall.
Yes.
Swanty.
No.
Marsh.
No.
Lightkovach.
No.
Malo.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. All right, I don't
Thank you
think.
all.
I think, no, we're not extending, so we are adjourned. Thank you, Bob, thank you, Carrie, appreciate everybody who's hung in here with us. We are adjourned.